Good morning and welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Kagina, Senior Market Strategist. I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Schuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning, all. Happy Fed Day.
Happy Fed Day to you too. We also have macro strategist extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How are you doing, man?
All right, Jim. Good morning as well.
Well, we got awful lot of stuff to talk about. Much anticipated last FOMC meeting of the calendar year 2025. But before we dip too deep into that, Shai, what's going on the news front?
All right, so Trump is conducting his final interviews for the Fed chair. He's got, obviously in the running is Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, Michelle Bowman, Chris Waller, and BlackRock's Rick Ryder as reported finalists. Yesterday on Air Force One, he said, we're going to be looking at a couple of different people, but I have a pretty good idea who I want. That is looking more and more like that is going to be Hassett. Speaking of which, Hassett chimes in, of course, and says he sees room for the Fed to cut more than 25 basis points. He also said that if the data suggests we could do it, then like right now, I think there's plenty of room to do it, meaning more than 25 basis points. He also said there's going to be a reconciliation bill next year, and he says there is more fiscal room to do stimulative things right now. So clearly, this administration, particularly him, has no problem running the economy very hot. And we keep talking about that sticky inflation. If this is the case, I think we're going to have a problem next year. Moving on, we've got apparently the betting market fanatics are risking it all for six-figure payouts. So betting sites like Polymarket and Kalshi are creating a new class of market watchers who are blurring the lines between gambling and investing and shrugging off risk losses. When it comes to kind of the prediction markets, there is added risk. You know, if you buy crypto or meme stocks or things like that, you can get huge gains, you can get huge losses, but you get to keep the underlying security. In the betting markets, it's you win or you lose. And so it's becoming a little bit of a problem, but we have seen Kalshi and Polymarket now garnering valuations in the 10 billion with a B range, and that trend looks to be non-stoppable at this point. We have, if we want a barometer on this whole AI tech thing, we have tech stock hedges are a waste of money as traders bet on gains. So we have Matt Maley, chief strategist at Miller Tabak and Company, says buying tech hedges at the end of the year is a waste of money. If the market rallies strong into the end of the year, it doesn't matter if people are bullish or bearish. You got to be buying the stock. He was referring to institutional investors. So just a barometer on that. Hedging the AI boom is apparently a waste of money. And last but not least, we'll dip into the Fed meeting a little bit. Obviously, many believe this week may be the last cut for a while, being that we could have 4, possibly 5 hawkish dissenters. That would be Schmid, who dissented last meeting. Goolsbee, Mausoleum, and Columns are also contenders to be a hawkish dissent. Also, there is an outside chance Barr and Jefferson and Cook could also be thrown into the dissenter. There are 12 people that vote on this. And then we have a dovish dissenter possibility, and that, of course, is Moran.
That's a lot of stuff right there. Before we get into the FOMC stuff, this hedging thing, I don't understand. I mean, I do it all the time on my passive portfolios, right? I'll buy some, QQQ puts or something, just, if I
In
feel like I
case.
need to do it. Uh, Is this just kind of a this is what we're doing, so everybody should do what we're doing statement?
It sounds like it to me. I mean, everybody's all in, and the thing is that you have to be buying this if you're buying index stocks, if you're an institutional trader, or you're in ETFs, or your 401k obviously goes to all this, and you just have to keep buying the stock regardless because of the passive flows into these stocks. And so I think it's a little bit wrong kind of to say don't hedge yourself. But again, this is kind of a barometer of what is going on in this frenzy right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Now that we got that out of the way, I mean, Craig, are we going to have a huge disagreement here with four dissenters?
I don't think we're going to have four dissenters. I know that there are, two pretty wide divergent contingents on the Fed, but Powell has done a great job historically herding the cats, and he will, I suspect, create a statement slash dot plot slash press conference narrative that placates both sides of the spectrum. I think we're 90 something plus chances, percent chance of a cut today. So we are going to get that. I don't know that Steve Myron is going to dissent. I think he's been dissenting for 50 basis point cuts. I think he is kind of toned down that rhetoric a little bit lately. And so I suspect he's not going to dissent on a 25 basis point cut. And then with respect to the Hawks, I do think Schmidt will dissent again. I think it's possible we'll get one other of those three or four people. Probably not the governors, more likely to be Muslim, who would dissent. So maybe we'll get two on that front. And I think what Powell will do in the press conference is placate the rest of the Hawks on the committee that are concerned that inflation is not showing any real sustainable trajectory back to 2% in our lifetimes. It's currently out until 2028 before we get back there, so a bit of a time. And financial conditions remain incredibly loose. And so that contingent on the Fed is concerned that more easing early next year is just going to reignite inflation expectations and make it even harder to bring inflation down. So I think something in the press conference, something in the dot plot that suggests that maybe we're closer to neutral, maybe we're going to be on pause. Various banks are talking about insertion of various types of language into the statement that would suggest more likely that we're on pause. That's possible. We've gone now 7 minutes and didn't mention the word hawkish cut, so I'll mention it now. I think that is very much in the narrative of the markets right now, and so I guess the question will be, if people are expecting a hawkish cut, and what that means is, toning down the expectations for next year. Can Powell actually deliver more than is already expected on that front? I think that'll be what we'll have to wait and see at 2:30 when he starts to talk.
And I think they're also walking a very fine line when you have the administration saying, we have more fiscal room to do stimulative things right now. To me, that if I was a Fed voter, that would scare me on the inflation front a bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This dot plot. So we get the dot plot every other meeting, right? And so this is the last dot plot of the calendar year. Then we won't get another one until March. So my guess is there's going to be an immediate focus. Boom, at 2 o'clock, that thing hits the street. There's going to be immediate focus on where those dots are hitting and compared to previous meetings is going to be my guess, right? How important are the dots?
Yeah, I think the dots will be important. I think not only market participants will be looking for what does the median dot look like for next year. I mean, if we close the year at 3.6, are we going to go to 3.4 for next year, which would imply only one cut, or will we be down at 3.1, which would imply two cuts for next year? I think that as of the September meeting, there was a very wide range of expectations. I think we're likely to see that narrowing in. I suspect we're going to get 3.4, and I think that's probably marginally more hawkish than what's being priced for next year. So that could be a place where the Fed delivers some hawkish placation of to the hawks, right? That's the way to say, okay, we're going to slow down the pace of cutting next year. I think people will also look at the expectations for GDP and for unemployment and for inflation. If they show a continuation of stronger than expected growth expectations and unemployment not really moving materially higher for next year, and the inflation dot not really moving lower, then again, it's going to give credence to this idea that we're likely to see a slower pace of accommodation next year, regardless of the fact that Powell will be out and Hassett or someone else will be in there. The bond market is acting as if the whoever the new Fed chair is will have more trouble corralling all the cats and getting everybody across the finish line to deliver the pace of cutting that clearly the administration wants.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, I mean, bonds are falling out of bed still as of this morning, and 10-year notes are, I mean, Shai, what's going on with the 10-year notes? I mean, it is looking pretty ugly.
Well, we have sovereign bond yields across the globe, right, rising. So that is, I think that is affecting yields in the U.S. as well. But the 10-year definitely looks on shaky ground also from a technical standpoint. So it'll be very interesting, in my opinion, on how the bond market is going to react to a Fed cut. Now, normally everybody would say, well, Fed cut, right? Yields will go down, bond market saved, etc. But, we have seen where they have cut before and bond yields spiked. So that's not out of the question. And this market kind of looks like it wants to fall out of bed rather than spike, but we'll find out
Yeah.
today at 2.
Yeah, I mean that whole longer end is you're having a shift in this yield curve where the longer end, the longer duration from month over month, where you're getting separation to the upside on the yield curve, whereas the lower end, less than 2 years, it's the opposite effect. So you're going to have that. I don't know, what does that mean, Craig, for when the yield curve shifts like that?
So what we've been seeing, and we've been talking about this, at length, is a growing call on capital globally, right? We have more deficit spending coming, not only in the U.S. but in Japan, in Europe, in China, and so
Yeah.
the need for capital to move into be repatriated back into those markets to help fund growth, to help fund stimulus, to help fund defense spending and domestic infrastructure in those countries is calling capital. And then the other big call on capital is the shift in the AI CapEx spend from internally generated free cash flow to increasingly debt finance
Yeah.
cash flow. So, these are all long duration investments. It commands money moving from safe assets or any assets into longer duration securities. And so the cost of capital for all that is moving higher. And you're seeing that in the long end. Now, the short end is where the Fed has more control, right? And so we're seeing some movement down in short-term rates and expectations for Fed funds. Clearly, we're going to get that cut today. But even call it 12 months out, we've seen a move back up in expectations for where interest rates are. There's less cuts that are being priced in to the forward curve now, even with this idea that Hassett is coming in or some other Trump shill will come in. I think that's a reflection of the bond market's concern that inflation is not being slayed. Right. And with all this CapEx that's being spent, with all this infrastructure that needs to be built here around the data center build out, the idea that second half of 2026 inflation is going to continue to run well above normal and certainly show no signs of moving back to 2%, I think is leading some short-term interest rate traders to say whoever the Fed's new chair of the Fed is really not going to be able to sway this contingent of hawks to cut rates. And so you're seeing, December 2026 SOFR rates now have backed up 20 basis points again over the course of the last couple of weeks, even with the narrative in, let's say, the equity market being Fed cuts, Trump cuts, Hassett's dovish. The bond market is acting with a different tune here.
Yeah, that's a good point on SOFR. I mean, SOFR is so important because a lot of institutions, commercials, even smaller folks, borrow money at SOFR plus. So, you go to the bank and say, listen, I need a loan to, build this machine or whatever. It's like, okay, we'll give you SOFR plus, I don't know, 200 basis points or 150 basis points, whatever it is, and it's variable, right? So as that little bit of basis increment push up affects borrowers, but more so the smaller folks than anybody else. So it's a big deal when it's diverging from the Fed funds, right? Fed funds are just boom. You get any given day. It's the Fed funds are kind of in the middle of of the target range, and that's because the Bank of New York is doing their thing to kind of make it in the middle. It doesn't vary as much, I don't think. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, you guys.
No, for the most part, that's what we get. I think what we're seeing here is the narrative of Fed's going to cut because they want to help out low-end borrowers. They're concerned about slowing pace of the economy for the lower part of the K-shaped economy. They see that labor market deterioration, and they're trying to, provide stimulus and help out that contingent, and maybe lower borrowing costs for potential employers who would look to, bring back labor in the future. I think what we're seeing, though, is that where most borrowers actually borrow, rates are not moving lower; they're moving higher. Or at least they're staying flat to moving higher. I mean, mortgage rates really haven't materially broken down. Now we're seeing the backup in yields from fives all the way out to 30s again. From 5 and 7 is where most corporates are borrowing, and those yields are moving higher. And so again, this call on capital, this build out that's going on from sovereigns to AI to infrastructure to to everywhere, I think is leading to this higher cost of capital. And so what the Fed is trying to do is being offset by these market factors, which are more concerned that all this build out is going to be inflationary, and the Fed's not really addressing that. I mean, there's plenty of people who would say the Fed should be thinking about raising rates at some point next year if inflation is going to be reaccelerating. And so with a Trump Fed chair with no chance of a rate hike, in that mindset, bond market's getting a little bit concerned about credibility and inflation fighting.
And just to add to that a little bit, and I also think that the bond market is kind of sniffing out a Hassett pick and not really thrilled about that because, again, Hassett's going to be considered an outsider at the central bank. He's going to have a lot more problem trying to rally everybody together because he is seen as an outsider, as a Washington guy, as an administration guy, not a central banker. And I think that is contributing to some of this bond market sell-off as well.
Shai, have you seen anything from John Williams? Where's John Williams, the New York Fed guy, at in all of this? Is he talking out loud?
He's for the cut. I mean, that's, as soon as he said he was for the cut, that's when we saw the chances of rate cut go from 30% to where it is now, almost at 90%, right? And so he's seen as a big influence on Powell and kind of an insider with Powell. And so, he's one of the people that Powell really needs to kind of have on his side to get whatever done he wants to get done.
And he's a permanent vice chair, right? There's whoever's in that New York position is permanent.
In New York, yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So you mentioned global yields on the rise. I mean, did Japan start this fire?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you had the new prime minister come in Japan a couple months ago talking up a fairly inflationary stimulus plan to try to bring back, growth to Japan and try to repatriate some capital and fund domestic military spending, infrastructure spending, and spending on a variety of other things. And I think when Japan being the low yields on the screen and inflation moving back and the BOJ, needing to and thinking about addressing that, I think that kicked off this yield move. And so you're seeing it there. Now you're seeing it increasingly. Germany, 30-year yields breaking out to recent highs, 10-year yields in Germany. In France today, yields are breaking out. And so, again, Europe's talking about more deficit spending. ECB, Lagarde out this morning talking about raising growth expectations for Europe for 2026. And so the idea that the ECB certainly is not cutting, may have to consider a rate hike at some point next year. Again, this is about odds shifting for central banks. We went from a period of time where we had coordinated global easing, let's say, over the course of the last year, maybe ended in September. And now, different central banks have different outlooks for 2026. Australia is seeing inflationary pressures and some momentum in their yield, in their bond market. So 2026 is going to be a different year from the central bank's point of view, more mixed in that regard. And so you have this global sovereign selling of fixed income. And then I think what poured gasoline on this was this AI CapEx stuff, right? With Oracle and Meta and Google and Amazon, everybody hitting the IG window over the course of the last few months. It's a reminder that the CapEx coming from the AI guys is going to be increasingly debt financed. And that it's big dollars, right? We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of the next, several years, each year, that needs to be funded and debt financed. So I think those supply pressures are what's factoring into the long end.
And you're seeing investors kind of worried about that because you have, credit default swaps, uh, freaking out right now on a lot of this corporate debt that has been issued. So just something to keep an eye on as well.
It's even bleeding into the it's the Warner Brothers Paramount Netflix fight is now they're talking about big debt financing to fight that hostile takeover, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you have 60 or 70 billion dollars that needs to be financed in order to fund that deal, if that becomes a cash deal rather than a shares deal, yeah, that's going to be another big call on capital. You also have, something which is out there for 2026, even something like SpaceX, right? SpaceX is thinking about going public with a massive valuation. But they're going to look to raise 30, 40, 50, 60, whoever knows, billions of dollars, right? And that
Yeah.
while that's not going to be debt finance, that's going to come from equity capital markets. It's another call on capital. It's a way for that private companies are going to be looking to hit funding windows next year. OpenAI is going to need more money. Anthropic's going to need more money. All these companies are going to look to finance, all their build outs. And some of that's going to be debt finance, some of it's going to be equity finance. But there are big calls on capital coming for next year in order to build out the infrastructure around AI, in order for all these countries to do all the deficit spending and military spending that's being forced upon them because the U.S. is, retracing its commitments globally. And so again, big calls on capital, and the cost of capital moves higher because return expectations for these investments are, maybe not great, and so investors want more, yield associated with those investments.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Before we switch over to the employment side of this equation, I just wanted to say hello to the chat. Thank you for being here, folks. Best streaming chat in the trading universe there is. Appreciate everybody being here. I see a couple new faces from Northwest Indiana, my old staffing grounds. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Today's a special day, though. We're going to have not only regular, we have Joseph Wayne coming up. We have Kane and Leo. Pax is going to be here in a little while. We have Joey and XYZ, but also at 1:45, we're going to start early this afternoon at 1:45 with us three, with me, Shai, Craig, and then Blake Morrow is going to join us. We're doing a whole FOMC segment from 1:45 to 2:30 before we get into trade to close. So just wanted to make that announcement. So just so everybody knows, we are starting early this afternoon, and we're really looking forward to that for sure. So thanks for the subscriptions too. Subscription button, click on that. We greatly appreciate that at Ninja Trader Live. So anyway, back to you guys. Real quick, let's talk. We got a couple minutes to talk about. We're talking about the inflation side, the yield side. What about the Do we have, Shai? Do we have any clear picture of what's going on in the employment front?
I don't think we have. I mean, we have all these outside sources. We don't have, we had some stale data from the BLS. We won't get those numbers till after the Fed meeting. And we kind of have a different view. It's kind of the nobody's hiring, nobody's firing. I think that whole mantra is still in play. We've seen weak ADP numbers. That kind of tells us that we did have, jolts, which, we saw a record number of job openings, but we also saw a record number of layoffs. So, we've got kind of a mixed labor market right now.
Yeah, Craig, thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, and I also think there's a dynamic here in play where the Fed has been talking more about structural employment issues stemming from AI, right? And so the question I think we have is, will the rate cuts, actually do anything to arrest the labor market slowdown? And if the Fed doesn't believe that, then it may make more sense for them to hold off on, easing more aggressively until the economy really shows signs that it needs it, right? It's going to need those bullets to lower interest rates if in the future, there are larger issues surrounding the labor market, or if inflation really falls, or if growth really slows. And so, I think the dynamic of the labor market now, to Tracy's point, is slowing, but not catastrophic. This low hiring, low firing environment, and then the question of, will rate cuts actually do anything to arrest that? And will it do enough to, not be offset by an easing of financial conditions and maybe reigniting inflation expectations if they cut too much, and so they wind up, losing on their other mandate while they're trying to help their employment mandate? That's not a great situation to be in either.
Well, Craig, let's spend another 30 seconds on this. Let's say we get 75 basis points cut over the next 6-9 months. Who cares? Is that meaningful? Is that going to move the needle?
I mean, it's really not going to, move borrowing costs all that aggressively enough to the lower parts of the economy that actually need real relief, right? Credit card rate bills are not really going to move all that much. Auto loans are not going to really move, all that much. I mean, on the margin, it helps a little bit, sure, but the question is, will those loose financial conditions, weaken the dollar, lead to a commodity market boom? That reignites inflation expectations, and loose financial conditions stem, and we have equity market prices and risk asset prices continue to move higher, and then really where are we left with here? So the Fed is really focused on this rate cutting tool, isn't really focused much on the balance sheet. We haven't really talked about that. There's some potential today for some dovish outcomes on the Fed looking to buy T-bills again to grow their balance sheet. So we'll have to see here, but I think with such a split on the Fed right now, I think it makes sense for Powell to push back on some of the dovish intent and wait until the economy, wait for the data to come in to show more signs that more accommodation is really needed.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, me and Shai are going to get into it more with Joseph Wang in a couple of minutes here. Craig, thanks for everything this morning. Great seeing you. We will see you again at 1:45 this afternoon for our FOMC segment. So I appreciate you, and we will talk to you soon.
Sounds good.
We are ready to do a quick edge report, and then we'll get to Joseph Wang. All right, well, let's start out with the interest rate products. I mean, it's been all the rage right now. I mean, I have a daily candle chart up here right now, and this morning when I logged in, the 30-year yield was about 4.82%. I'm rounding up a little bit. 10-year was around 4.2%. And we're just we're jumping back down. We're tapping into this area of support here, which used to be resistance. If you go all the way back to the left part of my chart, we're talking August 15th. For most of that month and then into September, into Labor Day, we had that kind of area, that kind of top part, right? We had that area of resistance. Drag that all the way across. Now it's now it's support, kind of. I mean, we're in it right now. We wicked through it once, we wicked into it twice. Today we wicked through it again, and we're sitting at a 115 handle. This is looking, I hate to say it out loud, but kind of bearish. We got the September lows here in sight as well. And those September lows are down around 113.13 handles. So remember, if you're trading this, it's $1,000 per contract per point. So that's a $1,500 move. So be careful with that. There's some risk there as well. And let's just take a peek at the 10-year note while we're at. Well, let's just go intraday real quick. And just see where those JAX levels are. JAX 1 is at 115,000 on the 30-year, which is what we would expect. Point of control is starting to get prominent. One tick below that at 1431. Below that, there's a lot of empty space until we get down to S2, which is at 114.21. And then that one-day min in JAX 2, remember, these are trend kind of levels from Menthor Q that oftentimes work pretty nicely. 114.15, I'm sorry, 114.16 is that one-day min right next to that JAX 2. So we get a breakout to the downside. That's going to be a target for me. On the upside, also, we have that put support at 115.16. So we got to pay attention to that as well. We'll see. It's going to be volatile. It's going to be a little bit wild. And just really quickly, let's shoot over that 10-year ZN daily chart. This is even more astonishing to me. Let me pop that up. We are literally, and Tracy pointed this out to me this morning, I added this white line here. This is the 200 EMA, and we are right at that 200. We just traded through it actually on the 10-year. So that's a big deal, folks. We have 8 crossing under the 21, crossing under the 50. We have the 21 crossing under the 50. Everything's crossing under, down. Look at how sustained this kind of a sell-off is. This is anticipating today, right? Then after that, we're going to anticipate next time. So this is kind of really, really kind of ugly. Even though we had a decent, as Tracy pointed out yesterday, we had a decent auction yesterday on the 10-year. So again, this longer end of the curve, a little bit worrisome. Let's just go ahead and take a peek at the equity markets. The equity markets are kind of unchanged, right? We're in anticipatory mood. We'll just pop up the E-mini S&P as an example here as well. Let me open this up a little bit more so we can see a daily candle here. We're sitting right on that 8 EMA. We're sitting right on top of that 8 EMA, right a little bit north of that 23.6% retracement to the upside. Moving averages are still moving up nicely. Everything's looking good from that point of view, but we are having some, as Tracy would point out again, I'm quote Tracy all day, it's coiling, right? We're kind of coiling, we're getting tight, we're ready for something here. We have really a little bit of support short term around 45.5, and at the top portion of my candle, 82. So that's kind of where we're trading between right now. Today, there's going to be a lot of kind of jockeying, I guess, here, and I don't expect much deviation from where we're at today until till 2 o'clock, or at least until 2:30 when Jay Powell starts talking out loud and taking questions. So right now, pretty nice price action actually. Right now, I mean, we had S1 form the lows of the conversation around 35.75. At the top end, London initial balance rules right now at 59 a spot 25. If we do get a breakout to the upside, we do have some Jacks 4 level at 70, Jacks 2 level at 75, and then a lot of space up above that as well. Should we get a breakout to the upside here? Downside, real quickly, Jacks 3 at 68.30, and then that high vol level, again, remember, this is where gamma kind of changes at 25, 68.25. That is this morning's Edge report. We are back, Shy. We have special guest here. Give us a little bit outline about Joseph.
So Joseph, we have Joseph Wang. He was on the last meeting. He is CIO of Monetary Macro. He used to work at the Fed. He has his website, josephwang.com, that has a ton of information on it, and he is a well-known speaker on central banks, given that his work history with them. So looking forward to getting his views on the Fed decision today.
Let's bring him in. Joseph, good morning. Thanks for being here with us.
Hey, good morning, Jim. Good morning, Tracy. Thanks for inviting me.
So I got to ask this question. I mean, you were behind the curtain, right? You had a position at the Fed at a certain point in your career, and now thinking about going into kind of a transition at the FOMC with some new faces, maybe. Is there at any regional location? Is there a lot of stress with that idea that there might be more conflict between different FOMC members?
I think that over the past few decades, we've really grown accustomed to a world where, the executive, the government kind of leaves the central banks alone. But that is a period that is historically an anomaly. I mean, if you look broadly speaking, you think that you always have an elected government who would like to have lower rates, who would like to enforce their will. And you have this to varying extents, not just in the US, but across the world as well. For example, in Japan right now, you have hints that the government would prefer that the central bank not hike, or at least not hike too aggressively. So conflict between the government and the Fed, totally normal. Today, it is at a much higher level than before. So I can understand if central bank officials are feeling a bit more stress. But of course, that could all change going forward because you could have new members of the Fed who are not stressed by things like this, requests like this, probably because they are aligned.
Got it.
And everybody's talking, obviously, that this is going to be a hawkish cut because we're going to have some dissents. And so a lot of people are throwing around a lot of names: Goolsbee, Collins, outside chance bar, Jefferson and Cook, Schmid, all could be dissenters. What is your opinion, and how do you think this is all going to land?
So Tracy, you're absolutely right. We'll definitely get some dissents. So what we've noticed over the past few months is that you have a more dovish contingency at the Fed, led by people like Governor Waller, Governor Bowman, Governor Moran, and so forth. And you also have people who are more hawkish, and these tend to be the regional Fed presidents. Now, what's to note here is that in the FOMC, even though, say, sometimes presidents get a vote on a rotating basis, but you're not really equal in influence. The more influential people are there who have been there longer, and they tend to be governors. So what's really happening is that the more influential core thinks that we should have a cut, and the people that are new, and honestly, I'm not really sure how influential, are making a lot of noise. So it doesn't really matter to me what these regional Fed presidents do. They're honestly not that important. Now, going forward, though, there's a very, very interesting idea that maybe the Trump administration might want to have a little bit more influence over how these Fed presidents are appointed. Now, they're all up for reappointment next February. And one thing to note is that regional Feds are actually private institutions. So you don't need the confirmation of Congress or anything like that. So I think it's a kind of an institution that is a little bit easier to influence than, say, trying to fire Governor Lisa Cook due to mortgage documents and so forth. So there are plans it seems to try to find ways to disqualify some of the more hawkish Fed persons. So we could have a very different composition of FOMC next year to some degree. I'm not sure how successful they'll be, but they'll try. They've shown to be very resourceful, and they'll probably have some success. So I wouldn't worry too much about these dissents, and I wouldn't really worry about the guidance either. Like you mentioned, and like Craig mentioned, it's very clear that Powell is probably going to signal, let's say, a meeting by meeting basis on how they're going to approach rate cuts. And we're going to have a dot plot as well. Maybe the dot plot will be hawkish, but again, if you have changes in FOMC next year, we'll definitely have a new chair, probably have another governor as well. Should Powell leave the Fed, that reaction function that the Fed has, it's going to be different. And so that makes the dot plot, in my view, a lot less useful, and any forward guidance a lot less useful as well.
So just I was talking to Tracy earlier. I went back to the first dot plot of calendar year 2025, which was the March meeting, and we had 9 dots right where we're at right now, right at 375 to 4. And it's almost like that was kind of pretty predictive, right? And even with a 25 bip cut, we're going to only be 1 dot below that going into the end of the year. I find that amazing. Is it generally this predictive?
Are you saying that the Fed is good at predicting the economy? Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Over the past few years, they kind of were not accurate on inflation. So I guess this is one of those cases where the forecasts have been right, and so they've been able to conduct policy because the economic data has evolved according to their views. So yeah, I guess this is a win for the forecasting community. But again, going forward, though, I think it's not going to be as useful because when you think about monetary policy, there's actually a lot of fuzziness. So a lot of it is really personnel dependent. I'll give you an example. So right now, where we are today, you have inflation a little bit above target. You have the unemployment rate rising, right? How do you weigh those two things? That's going to be a very personal decision. And so you can have a wide range of outcomes. Another example is, let's say we're at 3.75, 3.8% in rates. How restrictive is that? That's going to vary by person as well. You have people like Governor Myron who will tell you that that's super restrictive. We got to get rates lower. And there are people who think it's not restrictive at all. So there's a lot of fuzziness to monetary policy. So the outcome we get is going to be highly dependent upon the people at the Fed right now. So I don't think the dot plot today is going to be all that useful because we're going to have a lot of different people next year.
And I wanted to get your thoughts on the bond market right now. We have rising yields right ahead of a meeting where the Fed, we know they're going to cut. So if they do cut, do you think this changes the trajectory, which is downward right now, rising yields for the bond market? Because it doesn't seem like the bond market really cares right now.
Well, we have to realize that bonds are a global asset. And if you look across the world, you see rates across the world rising. So you have, for example, in Japan, they're hiking rates, right? And in other countries, it seems like the central banks are going to be on pause. So that, I think, impacts bond yields in their countries, and that will spill over to treasuries as well. So that's one thing. Now, the second thing is just what drives longer term bond yields. Now, part of it is going to be the path of Fed policy. So if you cut rates, all things equal, that should put downward pressure on longer dated yields. Now, there is some thought that maybe if the Fed is too easy, we have inflation resurge, and then the bond market will revolt. I'm actually not too worried about that. What I observed over the past, let's say, decade is that the link between monetary policy and inflation, it's not that strong, right? After the great financial crisis, we had a decade of 0% interest rates and inflation went nowhere. And then again, we have interest rates at 5%, very high, and inflation is still above target. So it depends on a lot of other things like fiscal spending, for example, that I think are much more influential. And also, I think there's a temptation to think that, inflation this and rates this, and we have this mental model. But I think of it a little bit similar to how equities are. So in equities, we can say, oh, this has earnings, this has maybe the stock prices should go up because it's doing well. But then you can look at certain tech stocks that basically trade at PEs of 500, 600, right? So that's just not how the market works sometimes. In the same way, when you look at the bond market, people buy and sell for different reasons. I'm not all too sure that Fed rate cut, higher long, single long yields, I don't think that's the correct mental model. The bond market, if it's not really concerned about 6% fiscal deficits, and in Japan, 200% debt to GDP, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's the right mental model in applying to that market. So, if there is some kind of bond market revolt, though, I mean, the Fed could just come in and do some sort of operation to fix that. So, I don't think that's a good trade to make.
All right. Well, yeah, I know. I'm just looking at the last 2.5 weeks of 118 handle down to 115 handle in the 30-year. I'm starting to freak out a little bit. But let me ask you this: me and Tracy talked about this with Craig as well. This idea of the neutral rate, the 2% target, R squared, all that stuff. Is it a fiction, or is there a real science there?
Of course, it's not a real science. If you look at the error bands for those neutral rate estimates, like plus or minus like 4%, like there's no science there. It's all kind of a guesstimating, right? So I think if you are a smart central banker, you look at this and be like, yeah, this is for reference only. If you're not a smart central banker, you'll be like, yeah, this is what my calculations say, and so this is how I'm going to set policy. So it really depends on who's in charge, like I mentioned before. Like Chair Powell, he's going to say something that I think is very wise, is that the neutral, we would know it by its works. So if the economy actually does slow down, then we know that we're above neutral, then it's working. So that's kind of a more a pragmatic approach. And you have people who are not as wise and they'll actually believe the models. So it depends on who's in charge. I personally think these models are nonsense.
Well, there you go, and there you have it. So what are you particularly looking at in this central bank decision, knowing that we have a cut, but what other clues are you looking at, or that we as traders should be kind of focused on as far as language or the dot plot or anything else?
So what I'm looking for is expansion of the Fed's balance sheet. So we have some upward pressure in the money market rates, and historically speaking, there's a huge crunch in the funding markets heading into year end, and there are regulatory-driven reasons for that. So what I'm looking for is whether or not the Fed decides to start expanding its balance sheet today, and by how much. I get the sense at the very least they'll signal that they'll be starting next year. So the market participants, a lot of them seem to perceive that as risk positive. So I think there is some sense that we could have the restarting of reserve management purchases today. They could be, sizable, and so that could be something that equity investors in particular perceive to be positive. So that's what I'm looking for in the meeting today. And more broadly speaking, taking a step back, we got to focus on who the Fed chair will be next year and what the president is thinking in trying to control the Fed. I think I saw a headline yesterday where the president is suggesting, maybe those governor appointments that were signed by the Biden autoped, maybe they're not legitimate, right? So
I know.
They're thinking about a lot of ways to try to have more influence over the Fed. And these guys are resourceful. They have the federal government at their disposal. I think they'll figure out a way.
Yeah, an awful lot of pressure. I don't know, man. That was brutal. So, are you willing to go out on the line here and predict the next chair?
Oh, it's not a hard prediction. I think it's going to be Kevin Hassett. Kevin Hassett has been with the president for a decade. He's going to be loyal, right? He owes everything to the president. In the past, you have Chair Powell, good guy, but a bit too independent-minded. So I think it's going to be Hassett. It has to be someone the president feels comfortable with. And if you work with someone for over a decade and this person owes his entire career trajectory to you, I think you can be confident that he's going to be someone who's loyal.
Yeah, interesting stuff. We have a few seconds left, Shai. Any last seconds? Any last second thoughts?
So, just any final thoughts you have going into this decision for our traders?
Yeah, I would honestly, I think there is upside risk for equity markets after from what could happen today because of the potential for balance sheet. But what I would emphasize is that we're in a big time of big change. The way that our institutions operate have been changing, and the Fed is no exception to that. So the future will not be like the past. So you got to throw out those models built on historical data because that's just not going to be the case going forward.
Awesome. Great intel as usual, Joseph. Appreciate you being here bright and early with us on Ninja Trader Live. Looking forward to talking to you again.
All right. Happy trading, guys.
Thank you.
He has such a common sense approach to analysis that I love it.
know.
I mean, there's no moogie foogie here, man. It was like boom, right to the point.
Right? He just gives it to you straight. I love that. He's great.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, Mission Control, if we can cut and paste Joseph's X handle into the chat, that'd be awesome. He's definitely worth a follow. So, all right. Well, Shai, I am going to talk to you soon for sure, and we're going to be back on at 1:45. I want to remind everybody, early start FOMC segment starting at 1:45 East Coast time with me, Shai, Craig Shapiro, and Blake Morrow. So until then, Shai, I will talk to you soon.
All right.
All right. It's that time, folks. We do have the man, the myth, the legend with me for Tape Talk. We have Pax. Let's get him in here right now. Pax, how you doing, buddy?
How am I supposed to follow that? Joseph Wang is absolutely one of my favorite Fed watchers. There isn't anybody out there that is openly communicating except with the possible exception of Zoltan Pozar, and he's behind a very expensive paywall at this point, that knows the intricacies and the plumbing of the Fed, and I would listen to him anytime he speaks. Whenever he does a podcast, I listen to it, especially when he's with one of my favorite people in the world and one of my mentors, me and Anthony shared mentor, Ira Harris. They just did one, and no Moogie Foogie, by the way.
No. Well, it's like, neutral rate, who cares? I mean, is economy expanding or contracting? I mean, is it working or is it not working? I mean,
right.
That makes sense.
It does. It really does. Why do we have to, why do we have to complicate the whole thing? It really isn't. I mean, it's complicated to understand, but once you have true brilliance lies in taking the something incredibly vast, complicated, and simplifying it into an understandable way of looking and living. That's true brilliance. We see it in people we see it in people like Joseph Wang, who takes something like the plumbing of the U.S. Federal Reserve, or the interconnectedness of the world bond market, and how the capital flows with equities and metals and the economy and inflation, and he whittles it all down into something that all of us can understand, and that's brilliance. These markets are incredibly complicated, and trading is incredibly complicated. There's millions of ways to make money trading. There's thousands of different instruments to be able to trade. But if you can extract that down into a really, really simple and manageable way of trading, then you're brilliant. You're brilliant.
Well, one of the things I want to talk to you about, I was thinking about this over the weekend, and we had a couple of events this weekend which were important. We had the F1 Championship, which I'll talk to Kane about in a minute, but we had IU, we had Coach Signati, and I'm saying his name wrong, I'm sure, and my Indiana Hoosiers winning the Big Ten title over the Goliath, which is Ohio State. But one of the things about it was, I know it's like I'm a super fan, so bear with me here for a second. But he made some speeches which, as he was making them, he was talking about football, but I'm thinking trading. I mean, I'm gonna read you a quote right now. Every play has a life and a history of its own, not affected by success, not affected by failure. On to the next play, never satisfied, playing to a standard, not to the circumstances of the game. Playing to a standard. And I'm thinking, Is he talking about trading or is he talking about football? What a great mindset. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Well, one of the reasons why my 20-year-old son Gabriel is going to be such a great trader is he knows how to focus on what's in front of him because he's a college baseball pitcher. The last pitch doesn't matter. The pitch in front of him is the only thing he needs to worry about. Likewise, and what Coach Signetti is saying is absolutely factual in a long-term profitable trader's life and in a happy, well-adjusted person's life. I cannot sit here and look at what I mean, I can look at what I did in the past. I need to. I need to evaluate my behaviors, but I cannot beat myself up over them. I cannot focus too deeply on them, and I cannot worry and project myself far too out into the future. The only trade that matters for me is the next trade. That's the only trade that matters to any of you or any of us is the very next trade. I cannot be affected if I made a. How many of you guys have had huge trades where you've made, whatever the subjective number is? You made 50,000, you made 100,000, you made 10,000, you made $1 million. And then you start to think that you're the next coming of Warren Buffett. Before you know it, you piss away that money. That money is gone because you size up before you're ready. You are letting past successes influence your next trade, or you have a bad trade. You have not a bad trade, but you have a trade that you could have improved on. You're thinking about, you're allowing your P&L, you're allowing your past expenses to cloud your judgment on the next trade. So you put on a process-based trade that ultimately proves out to be a hugely profitable trade, but you're already out of it before the market moves because you are trying to make up for past expenses. You are making trades based upon your past, or you're projecting yourself out to be something that you're really not, and you're making trades based upon the future. The only thing that matters is having a plan. The standard, as Coach Signetti was talking about, the standard. What is my standard? I've got a trade plan today. What is my trade plan today? I am going to execute that trade plan. And what the results are the results. Sometimes I spend more money than I make. Sometimes I make more than I spend. Sometimes I have career-making trades. Those things are going to happen, but I need to have a plan. I need to live within the plan, and I need to execute the plan. Look, I've been doing this a very, very long time. I feel like my hands are moving like Gavin Newsom.
No. It's good. It gets to the psychology of what we do, man. I mean, no matter, maybe you made a huge trade, maybe you had a big losing trade, whatever it is, the next trade is brand new. The next chart is brand new. The candle is brand new. The price, the trading ladder, brand new. It's time to reset, focus, and then trade to that standard. You don't change your standard because you need to catch up or you're scared or whatever. You have a standard, you have practiced, you have discipline, and you've been focused, right? Those three things, and then boom, you execute.
I don't like the word discipline, and I don't like the word patience. Everybody uses it. Nobody takes the time to define it. Define it by the way that you live your life. I'm patient. Okay, am I? I'm not patient, but I have a plan that I'm going to execute that makes me look patient. I want what I want, and I want it now. However, I've got a plan, and I'm going to execute that plan. Discipline. Am I a disciplined person? No. If it was up to me, I'd still be in bed. I'd sleep until 10 or 11 o'clock. I'd roll around. I'd eat cheeseburgers and French fries. But because I make a plan, I make a schedule, I appear to be more disciplined than what I am. But you're 100% right. We have to live our lives according to a set of standards, according to a plan. And then we have to trade this. I think, Jim, I'm passionate about this. And when we were kind of chatting earlier, I said, I talk about this all the time, because I know, look, oh my God, see, this gets me all excited. You guys not all of you, but many of you young traders think that trading is all about the charts. I need to study price, all of this nonsense. I need to study. What you need to do is be self-possessed, self-aware. You need to have a plan that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. You need to be confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. And your mindset is the most important aspect of trading. 80% trading is 80, 90% how you live your life, how you view the world, how you view money, how you view everything, and how you live. If you're a good healer, if you forgive yourself quickly, if you forgive others, with my wife, I say stupid things all the time. I act, I make mistakes, but I am quick to point them out.
Yeah.
I'm not quick to point them out. She's quick to point them out. I'm quick to accept when I've done them wrong. I move on. You know what? I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And I move. Same trade. I do it the same way that I trade. Now, I don't want to get too far off. I want to continue in this thought because I don't care if you're Paul Tudor Jones, me, the great Leo Melamed, Anthony Crudele, or you're Druck or whatever. Or you're a micro trader trading 2 lots on funding companies. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters, Paul Tudor Jones or a 2-lot micro trader in funding companies, all have something in common. The only trade you need to worry about is the next one. Have a plan, execute that plan, and what the results will be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but they'll be there.
Yeah. And that's what the coach is saying. That's exactly what the coach is saying, man. So anyway, I saw that quote this weekend, and I was because after I was euphoric, of course, and I was stressed, by the way, during the game, but I'm euphoric, and I started going back and listening to some of these speeches. I was like, is this guy talking about trading, or is he talking about football? Anyway, thanks for having that conversation. Let's talk about going into FOMC today. I know a lot of folks are going to kind of wait until we get some information at 2 o'clock, and then again at 2:30. Other folks are going to be involved in the middle, right here, right now. Everyone's going to do something different. But right now, what are these markets thinking about this FOMC meeting, Pax?
Go back and listen to Joseph Wang. I've got nothing to add to what he said. I think there's a lot of upside risk. I think we're going lower. Is that a dip to buy? I don't know. We talked about it on Sunday night. Toppy. This market feels toppy. Is it toppy? What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. But the bonds are selling off, and that is going to drag on equities. At the very least, it's going to make it difficult for the indices to continue to rally. That doesn't mean that we don't, but it does mean that if we do rally for whatever reason, it's going to be a muted rally, and that's what we've seen for the last week and a half. I have not really traded in the last week and a half, and it's funny when I point that out on Twitter. I'll say this market isn't worth my money. I always get trolled, and people will say, "Oh God, I've had a great trading day. I've had a great 2 weeks," and that's because younger traders like smaller ranges, and that if that's the case for you, that's good. Focus on that. That's your strength. Play to it. Make sure that that's part of, as Coach Signetti talked about, your standard. Okay, if you like these 15 in the S&P or NASDAQ 60, 70 handle swings, you like that, then trade it and make money and kill it that way. But build yourself up to big league pitching, because this afternoon could very well be big league pitching, and that's where I excel. I'm a big league hitter. I like big league pitching. I don't like these short little creeping moves. I traditionally get killed in them. So I'm looking forward to whatever we have this afternoon, and I'm looking. My opinion is that we break, and if we do, I'll be solidly on top of it, and I'll trade it with pretty good size. If we rally, I'll sit out and I'll wait.
Yeah, I mean, do what you're good at. Maybe you're the leadoff hitter, maybe you're the cleanup hitter. Who knows what you are? But you do what you're good at. I get you. But looking at this bond chart, when Crudele tells me look at bond charts, when you tell me look at bond charts, I'm going to look at bond charts. And this is a 30-year Treasury bond. This is a great contract to trade, by the way, in its own right. But I was shocked at this breakout down below that 115, 24, 30 seconds. And not only that, we kept on going here. I mean, the September lows are in sight right now.
Oh man, there's the bonds are under tremendous pressure. And, there's not only. I mean, we're September lows is here. Let me tell you exactly what that is. We're looking at 113 even-ish, 113.01.
Yeah.
That's 2 points away from 2.5 points away from where we are. That is, we can be there today. We take out 113.10, then we're back in prices. This is a crazy thing to think about, but we're back in prices that we have not seen since the early 2000s and the late 90s. What happened in the early 2000s and the late 90s, my brothers and sisters? Some scary shit. Don't buy dips. In the case, if that happens, be careful buying dips.
Yeah.
If we turn down, be careful buying dips, because I think that this market can really, really, really fall apart before it finds a bottom. Go back to, I don't want to, just go back and look at a chart from 1999, 2000, especially an NASDAQ chart. We broke 87% in 2 years. A lot of people end up buying that
Order
dip.
filled.
A lot of millionaires bought that dip and ended up waitering at Gibson's. So be careful.
Oh man, there you go. All right, well, we'll see what happens today. We're going to be all over today on Ninja Trader Live. Remember, we got a 1:45 start time this afternoon with me, Shai Craig, and Blake Morrow, covering all this FOMC action. Pax, love you, man. Thank you for being
Love you,
here with me
Jimmy.
this morning. This is one of my favorite 15 minutes of the day.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hey, I do want to say this before I take off. Play to your strengths. I have never had my best day on a Fed day. Last December, I had my best day of the year, but never my best day in my career. I have, however, had my worst day on a Fed day. So keep that in mind. Protect yourself in all circumstances. Make sure you are here for tomorrow. Make sure you're here for the trade that's going to make your life, make your month, make your life. Okay, make your career. I love you all.
Thanks, Pax.
Ever.
Oh man, that guy is awesome. I could talk to him all day. In any event, it's that time. We are ready to trade the open with Trader Kane and Leo. Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning.
You guys are looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today.
I'm not feeling it. I'm still trying to wake up, Jim.
Oh man, really? Well, I guess Kane has a head start being across the pond. So he's
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
2 o'clock here.
yeah,
middle of the day for him.
yeah, for sure, for
I'm
sure.
I'm wrapping up, to be honest.
Well, let me just throw this out, Kane. I mean, there was no surprises in Abu Dhabi.
No, like felt so bad for Oscar though. Guys, what can I do to win this race? And they just ignored him. Like, geez, that must have been harsh. But I mean, I'm happy for Lando, right? Like he deserves it. But wow, like they really did try and fuck it up every way possible. But
I know.
But also, there's two angles. I've had conversations about. Lando deserved it, but man, so did Max. Fucking hell, that second half of the season was
Yeah.
incredible from him. So
And there's a lot of people saying that, Max is so good, his car might be slightly inferior to the McLaren. And they're saying even with that disadvantage, the dude is just unbelievable.
I mean, bro, the guy's insane. Like I'm an avid follower of his sim racing journey and like all the
Yeah.
guys sim racing. Bro, he just dominates everything racing. Like
Yeah.
absolutely anything and everything racing, he dominates it. Like
Yeah.
even when when he went to try and pass his Porsche GT3 license, he had to race with like a downgraded car. I mean, he beat some veterans in the race with a
Yeah.
shit car,
Yeah.
basically. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
he definitely deserved it, but.
the new Lewis Hamilton, we're seeing him now.
Yeah, I mean, look, next season with the changes, I don't want to get
Yeah.
into that, but it really could mess him up, because it's such a dramatic change with the cars. But we'll see, man. Maybe Alonso's gonna come back with something like that because he's a very technical driver and understands racing very well. But there's no disputing that Max
Yeah.
is probably
Yeah.
the best driver we've seen.
We need to do a paint the
Order
tape
filled.
podcast with me, you, and Leo and talk just F1. We could do
Yeah,
that.
maybe we just start an F1 podcast, Jim, me and you.
There we
I
go.
mean, you guys
Yeah.
could just talk F1. I'll just
Anyway.
listen.
So
Yeah.
so Kane, let's talk about what's new this week in the prop space.
Do you know what, Jim? Not a massive amount, to be honest. We're doing a lot of reflection. I mean, we're coming off a very busy period with Black Friday and Thanksgiving. So I guess most of the changes that a lot of props wanted to make have already been made, right? We saw Lucid and Traderfire launch their new plans, which, to be honest, are going down a hit. I mean, I've heard nothing but positive feedback from, I guess, my community in terms of the Lucid Flex plan. Like, everyone's loving it. My Fun of Futures are planning. My Fun of Futures has been doing this thing recently, right? And I'll let everyone in on a little secret is they run these flash sales with like gimmicks. So it's like use this code on this account and get daily payouts. Obviously, there's some drawbacks or it changes the plan slightly. But what they're doing is they're trying to use that to test whether the market likes these plans, right? And Matt Leach, the CEO of My Fun of Futures, announced that they're going to be bringing back the daily payout plan, which, to be honest, was no shock because I think everyone has seen the rise and the success of Take Profit Trader recently, and that their whole thing is daily payouts. So everyone wants a slice of that pie, right? Take Profit are probably one of, if not second, maybe first of from size perspective. So Yeah, that's something to note. And then I guess a little teaser from Tradeovate Prop yesterday was that they're going to be bringing the mini to micro contract converter, is basically what it is. Basically means that you can trade minis and trade out into micros like Pax does, right? So that's going to be an automated feature inside of the Tradeovate platform. And there's some more going to be announced in the coming weeks, all to be implemented more or less around Christmas time. So we can expect some changes coming to Tradeovate very soon. And yes, before people ask, one of the bigger changes is the much requested change from everyone. I'm not going to give it away, but for those asking, it's probably that. So, and then yeah, I guess just from quick hit updates, TBT extended their sale, 30% discount, 100% refund. So as long as you get to a payout, um, you can basically get your money back. So the eval's free. Obviously, it's hard because the accounts flip to intra-trading drawdown. And then some not so positive news, and I guess these are firms that I don't necessarily pay much attention to, but the guys on my Discord do. Tick Tick Trader is obviously in pretty big trouble. The big announcement from Project X a couple of weeks ago was that they're discontinuing all the support to basically all prop firms. So it's only going to be available at the company that owns it, Top Step. So which is not a shock to anyone. And then the really bad news for them is that they also refuse to pay their Tradeovate bills, so their Tradeovate access got revoked. So they currently don't have a platform, and their website, I would say, is slowly going offline. So yeah, Tick Tick Trader probably not going to be around for much longer. And if for those that follow me will know that I took a bit of calling out on them recently for basically not paying traders what they were owed. Kind of showed some money worries and maybe added fuel to the fire, but it is what it is. And then the Trade Day Discord got hacked for an NFT scam, so maybe these guys need to polish up on some security issues. Friendly word of warning to everybody: if something sounds too good to be true in a prop Discord, it most likely is. Never ever click links. And the last but not least, not so great news is just the funded next move to live. There's just more and more people complaining about being moved to live before the uncapped payouts. And again, like I said last week, we just need to give it time to see how true the wordage from them, meaning that not everyone's going to move to live. Some people are going to get payouts. I guess my biggest worry, and I've communicated this to them, is that I would hate to see influencers, larger accounts, people with bigger followings getting large payouts, and people with smaller accounts consistently being moved to live to avoid paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wouldn't like to see that, and I would really hate that. Um, and that's it from me, really, Jim. It's been a pretty boring week in prop. There's obviously some ongoing sales, but I think everyone's winding down in the lead up to Christmas. We had some really big sales with Black Friday and Thanksgiving, so I'm not expecting anything too hot right now.
You started out your sentence, there's not a lot going on, and now it seems to be a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, but that's not a lot, to be honest. It's just, I kind of given my
Yeah,
take on 3 or 4
I got
points, but
you. I
if you'd
got
have asked me 3 weeks ago, geez, it could have been pretty heavy. But yeah, there's enough. So
you. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that, Kane. I appreciate that update. FOMC today. Let's start with Leo. Leo, what are you thinking about some trade ideas for today?
They're gonna have to pitch it to me nice and sweet because it's FOMC. I don't love trading FOMC before it or after it. So I'm gonna be pretty selective.
Okay, so no trades yet this morning. You're just kind of waiting for the perfect setup.
Yep.
Totally makes sense. How about you, Kane?
yeah, look, I mean, I listen to Jason, listen to Pax, and I don't really have much to add on either of those. And the reality is I'm kind of coming in with a bullish bias intraday, but a more bearish bias with FOMC. My bullish bias intraday comes from yesterday trying to take some swings at some shorts and just Nazi refusing to go down. It loved holding hands with ES on the way up, so it was moving, for every half a point on ES, it was moving up 15. But when Nazi corrected a point, NQ just didn't move. Like it just refused to go down. So we saw this higher high structure on Nasdaq and this lower low structure, but actually the correlated move was only correlated on the up, not the down. So it just never made these lower lows. We got some sort of flush in the afternoon, fine. Today, I didn't take shorts off previous day high. I did long. I'm currently in a long off of yesterday's opening range. It was nice, the reoffer, and I basically just longed the reoffer and then a lower time frame reoffer. Um, but yeah, I'm just trying to stay in this trade all day to keep me out of trades right now. This trade is it's risk free for me. They grab me at the open, sweet, it's whatever. And if it runs, it runs, but I kind of don't want to trade too much today. You know, if I wasn't on air, it'd be a heavy admin day. I probably wouldn't even open my trading view. But ultimately, the market is there. It could go up, it could go down. I just want to see them show their hand. I don't have a bias right now.
Okay, so it looks like you're long three Nazi with your stop kind of above your entry.
Yeah, I'm just covering it just in case they wick it at the open and try and get me for some slippage. I don't want to take any loss on this trade. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm in at 639, which was the top of yesterday's 30-second opening range, which it just so happens to coincide with that. I basically this was the reoffer for me, and then it was the reoffer here again, and I just caught this on the way back through. And then I sat in all of this, and now it's pulled back, and that's fine for me because I ideally want to see a pullback into this area before a continuation higher. And if they take it to the low and open it up at yesterday's opening range, I'll just stay out. I want to see some sort of bullish structure, RTH wise, like opening it higher than yesterday leads me to some sort of intraday, but bias of an up move. And then, like I said, just that decorrelation in the down moves yesterday just doesn't make me very bearish on Nasdaq right now. Because trust me, it was a slog yesterday trying to get short on that thing.
Yeah. All right, great stuff. Chad, thank you everybody for being here with us. We appreciate you. Best community in the future trading sphere there is, end of story. I have a lot of experience in this, so I'm speaking truth. Appreciate the subscriptions, by the way. You know, our mission is to provide the best programming we can to help everybody out, including myself. I mean, we're already today, we have Top Shelf, we got Kane, we got Leo, we had Joseph Wang, we had Shai, we had Craig Shapiro. We have Morrow coming in later on this afternoon as well. So we want to keep that rolling. Subscriptions help everybody, so we appreciate everybody who is subscribed. And if you're considering it, it's free. Just click on that thing and never miss an episode. So thank you for being here, everybody. I am going to dip in the chat. Kane, Leo, wish you guys the best of luck on your trades.
Jim, appreciate you.
See you, Jim.
soon.
Thank you.
The cat. How you doing, sir?
It's you know what? It's my second favorite streamer to trade with.
You saw that yesterday. Well, you didn't, but Salma did. So, um, I just thought I'd take a little. I had some
A
time.
little
Thought I'd show
free
some
shot
love.
at me. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all love. Like if I was just come in and start being nice, people would think I was flirting with you or something. I don't want
I
them to think that.
mean, is that wrong?
I do that in private, not in public. Okay.
Okay, fair, fair.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm hoping. You got long yesterday, right? I watched you get long. Did you stay in
I
it?
did. I did. I stayed in it, and then we just chopped around in these 700s. So I ended up
Yeah.
getting tired of it. So I just got out.
Yeah, they really don't want to push it through that 730s, 740s level. Like I'm looking
Yeah.
at it from yesterday. There's rejection, rejection, rejection. I'm just kind of playing some sort of range. I do like that deviation at yesterday's open.
Yeah.
Out of the range, took out previous day low. Gives me that bullish bias today as well.
Yeah.
But man, yeah, I took a loss yesterday at 10 a.m. I don't know what this is. I took a loss yesterday at 10 a.m. and then I caught this flush and then it flushed in the afternoon, but and overnight. But yeah, I missed out on most of it. It was just shorting the 730s level over and over.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but yes, like I just saw it yesterday when I was like wrapping up my journal, just because it was draining yesterday for me. It was just like ES was perfect. All the fucking down moves played perfect. All the up moves played perfect. But ES would have like a 10-point push, and that's it. Just Nasdaq's up 150 ticks, and I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it was just silly. It was just so silly. And it was hard to get in short. So I'm just leaning more bullish today.
Yeah. I think like higher time frame, we're still going up. Kind of obvious to say that, but we have this balance area that we broke out from. Kind of we have a little bit of overlap now with the current range, but we're above the monthly open, we're below the weekly open, we're inside the week, last week. we're stuck in this consolidation range. Duh, FOMC is today. So
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
just
But
gonna
I mean,
punch it, isn't it?
even that though, there's still it's not that far for new highs.
Yeah, see, this is where I would be like, I would love a flush to get long to the high, but like, I just don't know. Like every time I want some sort of flush and I lean bearish, we just never get it. And then the flush comes with some extremely volatile news where it leaves me out of it. So I would like, I would like a flush with FOMC, take out the current daily high with some sort of bullish intraday, sell it off at FOMC and then buy it back throughout the night, maybe, like I
Yeah.
always do. So
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the other case is high time frame traders could come in today and make a lower high here and we start marching lower, but
I'd just rather wait for it. Do you know
I'd
what I mean?
rather wait for it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for me, that would be, we have to start breaking down like below 480 and then below last week's low. That would be my gauge because this range between 196 to 306, kind of that 200 that 100 point range is there's a lot of overlapping highs and lows here. So just from a pure price action perspective, that would be kind of the pivot point, I think, for me in a much higher time frame to go, okay, something's definitely changed back to the sell side, you know?
Mm. Yeah. I say this, knowing me, I'll take a few stabs at some sort of rotation higher or lower, but it would not be of any meaningful size. So
Yeah.
anyway, chat, how are we? Fiber, good morning. Fiber optic, he's just always here. What a guy. Um, um, when you say you got caught the reoffer of yesterday's opening range, what does it mean? Can you walk us through? Yesterday's opening range is this yellow box. Um, so for me, we traded into it here, and then this lower high, and then this is the reoffer because it held. Like this is not divergence. This is just showing that it didn't take this low. It held, it broke. So for me, like this could be the move, probably is the move. But I caught this reoffer here. So because this was the move, it could have just V-shaped. It reoffered, a chance to buy it again. That's basically it. But so I caught that, but I'm not, like I said, I'm just trying to stay in this trade to keep me out of bad trades. Um, I could have paid myself, but chose not to. But yeah, like even now, ES is now making a low against this 905 low, and Nazi's just chilling. And yesterday the open was ridiculous. ES didn't even make an uptick, and NQ just shot up 50 points. So maybe we'll get something like that today, and I can start to trail this. But yeah,
Yesterday's trade was a grind.
yeah, it looked fucking horrible. To be honest, I was glad I didn't touch it. Well, at least till post 10.
Our ball's coming down. Kind of my gauge for, how active should I be or not.
Santarelli, everyone's expecting it. So I don't know. I side with Nick that I don't want to trade the market as much, so I'm just trying to pick spots to be long for longer or short for longer.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it for me really.
longer for longer.
Fun fact, last December's Fed meeting day was a 3.65% move. The market dynamic was different then. Trump wasn't president, or was he? I think he'd just been announced, right? I think he'd just won, but I know he wasn't acting. Anyway, so yeah. What do I think of backtesting? I think backtesting is important to do the reps, but also like when you move to live, you do add that emotional barrier to it where you start risking money, and you'd be a fool to say that losing money doesn't affect your emotions.
Respectfully,
No one watches
Respectfully. Hey, but he said respectfully. Nobody watches
respectfully.
F1.
Respectfully, no one watches it. Respectfully, that conversation was about 30 minutes ago. Um,
Respectfully, you're just wrong.
I think he's watching in reverse. Yeah, respectfully and factually, you are wrong. Yeah, it's one of the most watched sports because we'll call it a sport.
Oh, is it a sport though?
I mean, if you Google highest paid sportsman or woman, let's just say men, because um, yeah, sportsman.
In
F1 drivers will appear
terms
on that.
of
Like,
sports,
yeah, Lewis Hamilton's getting
how
paid 60 million a year.
popular is F1 racing? I was just gonna see the popularity. Let's see if anybody watches F1. Okay. Global popularity 1.5 B with a billion with a B people follow F1 worldwide in some capacity. Regular season viewership sits around 70 to 90 million per race globally. So I think people do in fact watch F1. I think that's a fact. Let's see. Is okay, how it ranks overall. So this is stack ranked by global popularity. So we're talking global. Soccer, number one. Cricket,
Shock.
number two. What the?
Yeah, bro, it's India though. It's India. There's so
Oh,
like
okay, okay,
100% of India follows cricket.
okay. Basketball, number three.
Yeah.
Formula One, number four. Number five, American football, NFL. Number six, tennis, rugby, and baseball, depending on the region.
Okay. So Formula One is more
If you
popular.
look only at the US, F1 is behind NFL, NBA, and MLB, but growing faster than almost anything else.
Yeah. It's definitely since Drive to Survive, the Netflix show, I've seen a massive uptake in Formula One spectators. It's been crazy.
Let's just see just the stats for the US.
So globally, um, Formula One is more popular than American football, which is
Correct.
historically one of the highest paid sports ever. But I think the NFL Super Bowl is still one of the most watched sporting events ever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since 2018, in the US, F1 fandom has more than doubled.
Yeah.
70% of new fans are under the age of 35. F1 is the fastest growing major sport on US social media. Drive to Survive is credited with the 30 to 40% bump in US interest.
Yeah. Yeah, the World Cup is definitely the highest, 100%. The World Cup final is the most watched sporting event on the planet. It's not even up for debate. But yeah, anyway, we've learnt today that people do in fact watch Formula One.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. The thing is that we went on for so long that production had time to find that.
Yeah, we did. It was a long bit.
Yeah. Anyway, um, yeah, they didn't decide to get my stop here, and we've got the open in 7 minutes. It's not looking too hot for me. If there are any
7 minutes.
if there are any buyers in the chat, this is your time to shine. Chat, chat. Are we leaning more bullish or bearish today? Tell me. Was there a poll? I think there probably was, right?
Every morning I get on and I give the poll the same response.
Neutral.
Bullish.
Bullish. Send it. Yeah, I also like
I
to
just
hedge
want to
my
be
bets.
consistent, Kane. I give the show a like, and
Yeah,
I say I'm bullish.
same.
I'm bullish on Ninja Trader Live.
I'm bullish on Instead Live. I'm neutral always because I like to hedge my bets.
If you're bullish on Ninja Trader Live stream, give us a like, and if you're bearish, give us a like as well.
If you're bearish, subscribe.
Pretty easy.
Stocks only go up. Wow, do you really want us to do a whole nother bit on stocks only going up? Are you sure?
I'll let
You
you lead
sure
that
you
one,
wanna do that?
Ken.
Ah. What's the stat? If you historically buy the RTH open and sell the RTH close, you lose money. Let that one sink in. Yeah, you sure about that?
Are you getting in on the SpaceX IPO, Kane? Somebody wants to know.
SpaceX are IPOing?
Next year. So it's
You know that
Kraken. So it's
you,
Kraken.
that's the IPO I really want in on, right? That's the real one. Like no bullshit. Everyone around me will tell you. If there's an IPO I can buy right now, it'd be the Kraken IPO. If and when they IPO at some point. That's the fact. And Kraken just happened to own InterTrader. So huge, $22 billion estimated revenue. Who's that? This is Kraken?
SpaceX?
No, it's
Kraken.
got to be. Which one are we talking about?
Kraken has tentacles and everything. The FOMC is required to contact Kane before every release.
Yeah, it's true. I'm waiting for the phone call from the big man. So SpaceX are making $22 billion just from their satellites alone. Are they making money though? You know the IPO I'm not rushing to get into?
Hang on, let me guess.
Go on.
It's a company that makes
Makes
fuck.
what?
I can't remember now. Something. Oh, no.
Come on. Everyone uses it probably.
Oh. Maybe I'm on the wrong wavelength.
Yeah, I'm not looking to get into the OpenAI $1 trillion IPO. Fuck that. That is one I'm gonna miss. Yeah. Miss me with that bullshit.
I was gonna
I,
go with something more humoristic,
oh, like
like something that you hate to eat.
like a company that makes tiramisu. Yeah, like a catering,
Tiramisu.
like
Exactly.
an
Or
Italian
that
catering
breakfast shit
company.
that we were talking about last time.
What was the breakfast shit we were talking about?
I don't know.
Yo, Gold. Hello, what are you doing?
Some type of like meat, disgusting sounding meat.
Beans on toast.
Yeah, fuck that. That's gross. I really don't like beans on toast. Hating tiramisu is insane. I think liking tiramisu and being conditioned by 99% of the population that tiramisu is unreal because one person said it and they didn't want to stand out of line is insane. I think tiramisu is mid, and if you try and convince you otherwise, you can just save it to your notes because I just can't be convinced. And Shab will tell you that. And Sav will also agree with me. There you go. Look, agreed, Kane. It's mid. It's mid. It's just mid. It's not a good dessert.
Wait. English. What is English breakfast sausage?
It's just it's like a burger made with pork meat more often than not. Instead of
Would that be any different than American breakfast sausage?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, we just like to call things English, and sometimes, I think they're about to get me here, boys and girls. 64350 is my stop.
It's a square. Is it a square sausage?
Square sausage, yeah. To be honest, bro, it's like I'm not a massive breakfast person, so I haven't eaten a full English in probably 3-4 years.
Okay.
I'm gonna say something really controversial again.
Are you really from England though? Like
I'm an ex-benefit. Yeah, I do know the culture. I just choose to ignore it. I personally, if I have breakfast, I'm an eggs Benedict guy. Oh, that's fucking great. That's fucking great. Or an eggs royale, something like that. Salmon eggs Benedict. Chef's kiss. Keep your fucking tiramisu. Give me the eggs Benny.
Okay, 20 seconds till the open, Kane.
Yeah, they're getting me, aren't they? They're gonna take me and then they're gonna fucking run it. You watch. I'm not moving it though. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, chat. That is so cooked. There you go. They got me just before. That's even better. No slippage at the open. There you go. That would have been me either way. See, the thing is, yeah. Thanks. Sausage roll from Greg's. Poor. Go ahead.
Oh, I think they are going to come get you, brother.
They already got me, brother.
They did. Okay.
Yeah, they got me just before the open. Which, to be honest, I'm not upset about because ES and NQ are a bit more aligned today. So far at least.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was trying to play some sort of divergence there, and it's not giving. So
What about sausage rolls? What's a sausage roll?
oh, bro, you've never had a Greg sausage roll. You need to come to the UK just to have a Greg sausage roll. I'll pay for the flight, honestly. Oh,
What is
Unreal.
a sausage roll?
what, like, how do you explain what sausage roll is to an American person? It's
I'm
like
missing out.
it's like sausage meat in like the shape of like a hot dog sausage almost. It's not like that, but it's like that, and then it's in a pastry. Whoa, brother. Whew.
They have something similar like that at some donut shops around here, but it's not sausage inside. It's like a hot dog.
Yeah, no, because you
Not the
get
same.
that in like pretzels, right? Like a pretzel dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not dog it's not like the hot dog kind of sausage. It's the sausage meat in a pastry.
Texas kolache. Yeah.
Oh.
AMA trades. Yeah.
So good.
Okay. I'll give you the W on that.
Yeah, there go it, bro. Actually,
I'll refresh my screen here for a second.
so not really doing much.
Testing. I'm the guinea pig for a lot of the testing things that we're doing, and something we're trying to show on the chart is not showing.
They took out that. Is that the overnight low? They just took it out,
Yes,
right?
they did.
Yes,
Yep.
they did. Shit, does that mean we're buying it? It's yesterday's opening range low as well.
Let's get in there.
Let's get in there like swimwear. Not really anywhere for me to get in right now.
Just gonna send it.
You won't believe it. I would never do that. I would, but I'd find it very hard. It's not really anything right now. I need to wait at least 3 minutes.
Don't be stingy. She went right to the mid. The current mid. OR mid.
Is that huh? Me?
The current OR mid is at basically 36, like right here. 30,
Yeah.
34. The more we just hang out here, the less I like this trade. it should just start to roll
Are you sure?
to the upside. No, I'm long. I'm long.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I can't imagine you being short into that overnight low.
But taking out this overnight low and then, getting back above it and staying bid is important. But what's also important is that we don't spend a lot of time down here.
Yeah, you want to get it straight out, yeah. And that ain't happening.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's looking a bit silly.
Yeah, I was just looking for that overnight low, sweep, rebid, and and they didn't go, and that's my sign to get out.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually.
What is black pudding?
Black pudding is, you know what? I've actually only eaten it once and it was horrible, so I've never eaten it again. But it's pig's blood in a pudding. I don't know how they make it. Never looked into it. Don't really care because I don't eat it. But it's
Sounds
not really
fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it wasn't fucking nice. Some people just fucking love it, bro. They love it. I am not one of those people. Did we just take out previous day low? No, we did
Getting
on
close.
ES. So we already smacked it on ES. I imagine Pax is laughing his way to the bank today.
Yeah, the opening range sure was pretty clean.
Yeah, he probably fought it a few times trying to grab it and then got in and just rode this puppy. And he's already got his 10-point rotation, needs 5 more, and he's chilling. Yeah, there's lots of depression area dishes, like, where they made do with what they could do, like a Cornish pasty. It's like lunch thrown in a pasty, and it's just become a thing. 65 handle just hit on NQ, yeah. I know PAX is not
Wait, is pasties are a big thing in the UK?
Cornwall is famous for Cornish pasties, right? So, yeah. It's like a thing.
So what's weird is that it's also a thing in Upper Michigan.
Was Upper Michigan a mining state?
No, but why would it be? It's really popular up there.
Yeah, so basically it used to be for the miners.
The miners is, I know the backstory, but there's a reason it's popular in Upper Michigan. I can't remember why. It's like the people that migrated there. Copper mining. Okay, maybe I am wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, so like all mining states or like mining esque like areas, they will be big on pasties or pasties,
Yeah.
as I heard them called, but pasties, because people used to just chuck their food in it, take it down to the mine, they used to open it, and then eventually people realized they could just eat it, right, and just nom to it.
I don't know if this is going to run me over, but I'm going to take this OR mid short.
Yeah, I like it, to be honest. It's all volume outside of it. Yeah. I like it.
Got some selling coming in right there.
I would take it. Yeah, good luck. Hoping for you, brother. You can take it to the other side of the open. Fuck, it's bigger range today, isn't it? How's my chart set up? Love the candles on the right. The candles on the right is just an indicator called TLM HTF. You can download it for free. And how do I set it up? I actually have my chart set up to this one. I have NQ here, I have ES over here on the left, and then I have gold on the bottom left. So I can just look at it because I trade NQ the most, so it's on my right. And then I have these two here that I can just look. So it takes the most effort to look at NQ, but it's just how I do it. So my standard size recently, 2, 3-ish.
Took one off here for 20.
Yeah, that's good, man. It's fucking great short, to be honest. So yeah. Anyway, chat, enough about food. How's everyone's trading going? Just talk trading. I know some people hate it. You can take some off at 59 or just below 600 as well.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm in one now.
Yeah, that's nice. Good shit. What's the indicator at the bottom on Leo's chart?
This is the tape reader. It's free. Cost 0. Actually, new rule. If you want to download it, you have to give a like.
Yeah. You can only spend in likes, actually. Yeah.
Kane, my indicator on TradingView that I put out there, the OR mid trade is still out there. They haven't taken it down yet. Everyone told me it was the TradingView would just take it down.
Nah, no. What's it called? OR mid.
What? Here, I'll link it to you. Are you gonna report it?
No, I would never do that. That's ridiculous. That's so bad. I would actually never do that.
How do I send it? Like, oh, yeah, here it is. It's called RTH opening range with extensions.
Leo, it has 397 downloads.
Yeah, quite a few people, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's good. So this
Do you know who came after me in the chat and in my Twitter comments? Guess.
Who? Wait.
Lux Algo.
What'd they say?
They were like, oh, vibe coding an already open sourced indicator. Ha ha ha. And I was just like, are you guys okay?
Yeah, like, drop the ego, boys. Yeah, you're making indicators. Chill out. Like, isn't your company doing well?
You know what's funny is, I mean, yeah, for me, just I'm a little guy on Twitter. Like, why would they care? I went to their site because after they said that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know there was one out there. So I tried to search like opening range indicator. Da, da, da. They have thousands of indicators, right? Yeah. I couldn't find the one that he was talking about that he linked to.
There are
added it to your chart. Awesome.
There are a bunch. Okay, so they have opening range with breakouts and targets. They have that.
How dare I vibe code such a complex indicator? I know, right?
But their opening range.
I'm just gonna get out of this.
Gosh, this is ugly. Holy fuck. Okay, so let's put it like this. If I put their range, this is the 5. Right now, this is their 5.
Are you showing theirs or mine?
Range. I'm showing theirs right now because it's wrong. Is my point. Is that their opening range is it's saying it hasn't broke.
Oh.
Like it's
or
not
be with targets.
It's also opening range 5 minutes.
It's set to 15 minutes.
Yeah. It's rubbish. It's fucking trash, actually. For a company that makes so much money from indicators, you'd think they'd get that right, but they're not traders. They're just people that create indicators and make money off of it.
Yeah.
So, at the end,
they're good marketing people. You know, they're good at marketing.
Business is business, but like yours has logic that you use. The end.
Yeah. No, I think it's awesome. The people that use it or downloaded it and are using it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is you can manually change it to 5 minute. I just want a section where I want to pick 5 minute mid, not the time frame, because
yeah. There already are, Nick. They're talking about us again on Reddit. All of us, actually.
Are they really?
You included.
Me?
Yeah, Kane, Nick, Tanya.
Fuck the trash ass Reddit guys.
Yep.
They're broke.
Yeah.
They're not incels. They're broke people that have nothing better to do with their time than complain about people on Reddit. Like, you would never catch me bitching about someone on Reddit. I've got far too many more important things to do than that.
Agreed.
I don't know. I'm intrigued what the haters are saying.
What are they? They're just saying that we're not worth watching. You know, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of Reddit type of comments.
Yeah.
Everyone is tough behind a keyboard. Yeah. Nick, they did say Nick, they said Nick seems to get some sniper entries. So Nick, just saying. Not worth watching, but worth talking about all the time.
If I said this to someone not so long ago, they were like, "You don't make money." I was like, "Okay, well, cool. I'll let you tell that to my accountant, so I don't have to pay tax this year."
Have I done any studies on a Fed day with respect to how much it moves? What happens in the morning? If you long the lows so far, what would the TP for you guys? I would use this right here, 63 as a TP, and then prior day close. Those would be my next logical targets. So if you're long, this is target 1. This is target 2.
So
that's not financial advice. That's just
why you would get long and
what I would do. What I would do.
I would have only long 600.
You trade your strategy.
Yeah. If I was long from 600s because I did mark it out, I would have taken some sort of stab there of some like 30-second inversion here. I would probably have cut most of it here, 52, because that's the 50% range from here. Like if I just replay this quickly to here, you'll see a line, dotted line right here. It says logical liquidity target. That would have been the trade for me, which is not sexy, but it's just how I would have done it. And then you have this target, midnight, and obviously new daily high. So
that would have, that's a spicy long, not taking out yesterday's low. I got to give you credit if you took it. That's a banger of a trade.
Yeah. Normally I would sit there and say, well, ES did, but based on yesterday, I would not fucking trust that. So it's definitely a spicy long. And ES, the 1 minute was clean, eh? I'm imagining the
yeah, ES took it out. Yeah.
The boys and girls were loving that.
Is the tape reader on NinjaTrader? Yes, it's on NinjaTrader and some other platforms. Not available on TradingView because they don't have the data that's needed to display it on TradingView.
Do you know something?
Doesn't have ask and bid volume.
The more I think about this, as someone that like when I got involved in trading, like TradingView was kind of just my go-to. Like I fucked around with CQG and other stuff and some DEX platforms, CFDs, but like from a futures perspective, I was like TradingView. I'm really shocked that a company makes so much money doesn't have that.
Yeah, same. Is it on Trade-of-8? Not yet.
I don't know.
Not yet.
There are some really good updates coming to Trade-of-8 that I wish I could tell everyone about, but I'm not allowed.
There is a tape reader indicator on TradingView, but it's not from us.
There is a tape reader on where? On NinjaTrader.
Well, somebody said there's a tape reader indicator on TradingView, but I can assure you that it's not reading the tape.
Yeah, and also the volume profile on TradingView updates like every 30 minutes or something.
Oof.
Yeah, it's trash. Two 35, 45.
The volume in TradingView is not real. It's calculated. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sent via an API. Yeah.
Yep.
You have the Kane indicator. I will openly sit here and say that although this indicator, I do use this indicator, and the indicator is coded for the logic of how I trade, I've actually had zero input in how this has been built. So I don't want to take credit for it because it's someone paid to join my Discord and created it for free and put it out for free. I could have a problem with that. I don't.
All right. So I'm getting along this OR mid here.
Yeah.
Just kind of using it as my pivot.
The other side of your trade, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And also the way we bounced off of that low is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it. You had the reoffer, kind of broke a little bit. Now
That's
it's
some
another
exhaustion
reoffer.
right at my level.
What's this? Is a squiggly 9 the overnight VWAP?
This one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, nice little stab at it. Can I suggest the best SMT indicator? I'm going to be honest. I think all of them are trash. The only one I've ever used and liked is the one that I had made for me. No, all profiles aren't real. Like if I bring up the volume profile right now, and put it on my chart, it won't be the same as Leo's. And I don't know what the settings on this are, but it just doesn't update. Like this doesn't move. You know how it doesn't move? Where are the glasses? I have these ones in front of me, but to be honest, they give me glare. So I kind of see the glasses a lot more because of the lights. So I've got to use anchored volume profile. Well, like either way, it can't work, bro, because the reality is that it's extremely delayed. Because if this has information from somewhere, this is ugly, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like this has a bit of a potential fail in here, but still bidding at these 630s. So I just want to see that continue. I don't know. I'll let this trade play out. I'm not gonna intervene just because it looks ugly right now.
Would I look for longs here? Someone asked. Not really, because look at NQ right now, and let me just bring up ES. ES cleared this, so like for me, I would want to see a pullback on ES and then look to bid NQ off of it. And if we pull back into this low, I could rebid it. Like I said, the reasons that I said about Leo's long looking good, I think just still remain true until this low gets taken. So realistically, I want to bid this here, invalidate it here.
All right, so we scratched one, we won one, we lost one. That's where we're at.
Scratch one, won one, lost one. Yeah, I scratched one today. So how much are you up after those?
Well, zero, because one trade was profitable, one was not, and the other was a scratch. So
That checks out.
the R is basically -1 or 0 or 1, maybe 0.5.
Jeez, I have to remove this off my chart. Sorry, whoever asked for it. It's fucking hideous. Messing with my brain. Oh, change the row size to 2000 plus. I think we went the wrong way, brother.
Damn, I still like getting along here. Just see the buyers just continue to.
Bro, you can ask me for my P&L on the day. I round tripped $2,500 because I just wanted to stay long all day. What? Value area down. This. Value area up. This. Oh, this is horrible. Horrible. Are we going to dip and rip with FOMC? Maybe. But you know, it's like, be honest, guys. Is this not too much on my chart? Like, I think it is.
Oh
Is
yeah,
there a
it's
way-
a hot mess.
Is there a way I can anchor this to the left?
I don't even know how you have it anchored to the right. I couldn't figure that out earlier, or when I was messing around with it. think
I can
might take a
shrink
stab
it
at this
down.
now. Oh, we're getting spicy.
Anchor to the left is an option. Where? Inputs, volume up, text, number of rows. I like this reoffer.
Yeah, I just got in. Just jumped in here at 99.
I'm stuck on replay. Fuck off.
This would be a rebidding area for these, to hold these lows.
Yeah. Style, third option down equals placement.
So
Style,
I'll see this
third option.
kind of start to take off.
Holy. Okay, still seems a bit much, but we'll leave it on there for now. Okay, so for me, the reason I would look to bid this out of here is we came down, tagged this. Now all I want to see is some sort of buyer do this and then just to basically target this high. So for me, the long will be this, but I need to see a closure.
Do we have any? We don't have any. Nothing at 10 a.m. No news.
Nah, I think they cleared the day.
No.
So ES again, kind of seeing the opposite of yesterday. NQ's being correlated on the down moves, but not the up moves. They're really fucking with us, eh? Okay, they either get me here or they... Whoa, there you go, they got me. Okay, I'm in from 9.25, 609.25. Just got my stop below the current low, and I just want to see them clear this down move now. I'm only in one, very, very small size.
Pretty tight range for even for an FOMC morning.
Yeah, so far. I'm just, I'm liking to side with the buyers based on the current week. So
Yeah, I agree.
I have to remove these fucking lines. They're doing my head in. Oh, wow. Jesus. How do I get to it?
All right, I took one off. There's the anchored view up from the high right here. And then I want to hold through this OR. I'm looking for the OR high, at least at 63 for my next TP.
So you'll front run me at 63. I'll take 72.
Fair enough. I'll still have one left for that.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
You see how we're trading, we traded through it once, back through it again, back through it again. In theory, it should be pretty easy to go to the other side of the OR at this point. So it's,
Yeah, I agreed. I use the 30-second opening range. Leo uses the 5-minute opening range. I'm kind of aware of them all,
Somebody's watching this 5-minute bid. They just have it.
They just smacked it.
Slam it on you for a minute there.
Yeah.
But that's why I take profit there.
Yeah. He really fucking. Kanan's volume profile. I only put it on because someone told me that it does update if you use anchored volume profile versus the normal volume profile. Now Leo just needs to cook the volume profile for trading view, and we'll just use that all of the time.
I don't think that's going to happen, brother.
See? How many likes? How many likes? Tell me.
I don't think that's a vibe coding activity.
No, you could do it. I know you can. If there's anyone that can do it, it's you. Bitcoin's dumping, NQ should follow. I'm going to guess that is not true. I think they may happen. That may happen, but I don't think they're that correlated. And the reason I say that is because Bitcoin has had a down year and NASDAQ has had an up year, a pretty fucking great up year, by the way. Where's your entry?
98.
Oh shit, you really called the fucking... Yeah. Yeah, the thing is it just covers too much of my screen.
Gonna have to sit through some chop to see if this trade works or not. Taper did flip nicely.
Okay, I believe.
You gotta believe.
Sellers... Well, to be honest, PNW Life 7581 says, sellers are dominant. Why go long? Footprint is bearish. Because I can. That's why. Yeah, I don't really like that level. And if I'm wrong for 21 points on 1 mini. And if I'm right for 63 points. I'd rather side with the bulls based on the fact that ES is above its opening range. It's kind of breaking out. And I think that it would drag NQ by the scruff of its neck. If ES
I got a question for PNW. Sellers are dominant. Why go long? What have the sellers accomplished in the 30 minutes that they've been dominant?
Big fat zero, to be honest.
You should ask yourself that question.
Absurdly discretionary. I love that. That's going to be my new... I'm copywriting that, sorry.
That is a great one.
Absurdly discretionary.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll pay you some royalties, but that's it. Nothing else. I think the key thing, right, and everyone can sit here and argue it, is right now, buyers are stepping in at the lows and sellers are stepping in at the highs, and neither of them can agree what to do in the middle. If one of them steps in at the middle, it's typically when you get breakouts. Right now, we're not getting breakouts. We're getting buyers buy it to the high, sellers take over, and they sell it back. That's all we're seeing. Good morning, Norseman.
Oh, push it, push it, push it. They're chilling.
They're chilling.
We
Darian asked,
we love these 30s. I'm gonna TP one more.
I'm only in one.
I'm just gonna lock in some profits because we're just chopping around. If it goes up higher, great. PNW made me all nervous with this comment about sellers. Like, I have no clue. I'm just clueless on what's going on.
Fuck the sellers. I'm normally a seller on a day like this, and trust me, it normally hurts. It's about offer is
thick at the mid. That is a fact. You can see it in the price and the deltas.
Yeah. They're eating in the middle and shitting out of both ends. Correct. Yep.
There we go. You guys are welcome. I took a premature TP so that the market could move.
I was like, what the fuck are we thankful for?
Me.
You sold it.
Taking one for the team.
You actually sold one. You actually were helping sellers, actually. You should have bought more.
I took one for the team.
No, you should have been buying.
How this works?
You should be buying the whole way.
Do you not know how this works?
Yeah, I know. You're the sacrifice. Thank you. You were the sacrifice. So sellers thought that they were winning. Sellers sold. Buyers bought more. Now we go up, and you're the only person that doesn't benefit. We appreciate you.
Thank you for the harvest. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going break even here, boys and girls.
Leo is my favorite indicator. You're welcome. You guys are so welcome. And if that doesn't get you to like this stream, I don't know what will.
Leo the lamb. That's fact. Leo converted from a tiger to a lamb for us.
They're going to be talking about me on Reddit today.
Yeah, Leo sucks. He fucking sold before the pump. Blah, 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 blah.
Do you have any stats on your 5-minute indicator? So I think I do have back-tested. I have back-tested the OR mid-trade, but I would be leery about publishing my results in the sense that if you like the trade setup and you like what you see over, doing your own research, then you should also back test it yourself and come up with the stats based on how you would trade it. And that would be probably different than mine. I'm a little, I share things because I am passionate about trading and helping other traders find, not strategies, but just helping other traders find ways to think about markets. And so I share what I use to not only inspire folks like you, people that are traders just like me, to go through similar processes, not to replicate or copy what I do. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes sense. You're sharing what works for you, but not like one. it's not like you're sitting here and charging people to know about the 5 minute mid trade. It's something you publicize.
Yeah.
It's free.
Right.
You put your money on the line every single day. It appears when you're happy with it. You take it. It's subjective sometimes, but that's your discretion, and you're entitled to do that.
Yes, exactly.
The moment you're like, oh, it does this, suddenly everyone's like, well, it doesn't, because I took that today, and for the week it lost every time. Yeah, your time horizon's a bit too short there, my boy. And the reality is it's never worth it. That's just the truth. You should figure it out, do the reps, and if you don't resonate with it, you don't resonate with it. The end.
And the thing is I can share the stats that I have. I have, I have done that in other places, but ultimately, if you're going to have confidence in any system, you need to go through that work too. So if I give you a trade setup and say, here's the stats, well, one, you may falsely believe in it or give it too much weight, right? If it shouldn't have that much weight. You may blindly use it and not understand the nuances of the backtest or the way that I would trade it. And therefore, I don't share stuff like that because I don't think it's really ultimately beneficial. Overconfidence is definitely an indicator.
I think any streamer should post P&L. Why? What is the streamer owe to you to entitle you to their P&L?
Leo invents lines on like the OR mid that get in way of his epic trades. But you know what, Norseman? It's also on your chart, so you're aware of it too. Can you provide your social security number and address? Are you going to come take care of my family or something?
I think people that stream, like if people stream, I think this is twofold, right? And this is my argument all the time, is I could give you my yearly P&L, but two things. A majority of that is made up off stream because the
Did you say made up? You made it up?
Like the majority of the P&L is made up on stream, off stream. Yeah, fuck you. Anyway, it's made up off stream, and I don't owe anyone to sit at a computer all day to sit there and share my P&L. Like, even if HMRC was like, we need to watch you make this money, I'd be like, fuck it, I just won't do it. The end. If it's too much effort, then why would I do it?
Well, also, there's a misconception. I think there's a lot of streamers that are just streaming like, here, look and watch me and see how much money I make and let me post my P&L all over the screen when I make money, etc. I'm not here to do that. I'm trading micros. I'm not trying to display to you how big I trade or how massive, how much money I can make. I'm just literally talking through some of the trades that I would, take on a normal basis, some trade setups, talking through the markets, and, being here for the community of it. I'm not here to demonstrate to you how many millions of dollars that I make or don't make, or Kane makes or doesn't make. It's just not why I'm here.
We wouldn't want to take advice from unprofitable streamers. Look, this is like actually the luxury about streaming, is that if you watch someone for a consistent period of time, you'll be able to see if they make money or not. Like, that's just it. Like, I think the entirety of streaming is proof of work. Sitting there saying like, oh, I need to see your P&L on a monthly basis for this, for that. Like, watch the stream, because the reality is if I make money in the time windows that I stream, then I'm going to make money in those time windows. And if not, you're not going to see it anyway. So what's it going to do for you? I could post my every single monthly P&L, but you could go watch streams and I could have lost every single stream. The two don't need to be correlated for that to be the same thing. So sitting there saying like, oh, the P&L is proof of work. No, you're just lazy and you want someone to say like, oh, am I worth the time to watch a free stream on YouTube? That's it.
Watching is optional.
Yeah.
Hey, but watching is optional. Hitting the like button is not. That's not optional. But 1,200 of 600 or so, 700 or so are acting like it's optional. Yeah, the 24-hour VWAP is being a real pain in the ass. Thank you for calling that out, Bradley.
That sounds like cope. Bro, I literally have proved to several thousands of people. You can go on my YouTube and literally watch me round trip a $15,000 trade, like I don't care about it, and then argue with a guy to take 1 mini. You can literally watch that real time. Like, it's not about the money half the time. It sounds exactly what like an unprofitable streamer would say. Not to be an egocentric piece of shit, but I can assure you, I'm pretty good on the fucking money front. I can assure you. Please make NQ pump. Nah. You can troll me all you want, but like ultimately, I'm actually just trying to help you. I couldn't give a shit if you think I make money or not. When my tax bill arrives at the end of the day, I'm the one that has to pay it, and you know, when I want to spend a fucking ridiculous amount of money on a holiday to the Maldives, I can do that. Not from people paying me, not from anything else, from just money I make trading. That's it.
Why doesn't the chat post their P&L? Oh my gosh. Where are we going? We're going nowhere. Look at this. Kane, this is a Job. If he was watching, I bet he's not. This is a perfect Gaussian distribution this morning.
Job is a secret. Job is a secret supporter.
Job
also recently,
Gaussian distributions.
More so recently, he's been posting us on Twitter. He's like, tune in with the boys. And every so often, he'll just slide in the chat, be like, yo, what's up?
Yeah. I always try to call, like, see if he's watching by just ask, like, I can either say Gaussian distribution and he's starts chatting, or I can just be like, yo, if Joe was watching, and he'll start chatting. So clearly he's not watching today.
Yeah, I know you're not. Okay, fine. You're not trying to be a troll, but also at the same time, like, if I show you a P&L for the year of, I don't know, let's just say $5 million, what's that going to do for you? Like, truly, what is it actually going to do for you? If I turn up on stream every day and smack 100 minis and you watch me take a 35, 40K loss, what's that going to do for you? It's only going to incentivize fucking trolls. And when I take a 200K winner, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, and ask 400 questions, which actually, it's irrelevant. I could do it with 1 mini, I could do it with 50. It's the same thing, just money makes people really emotional.
Are you still long?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Pump it.
Bump it. Yeah, I'm just sitting in it.
You got to pump it up.
That was damn. That was too short as well, but you can't have it too long, because if you have it too long, then the YouTube algorithm picks up on it and blocks the stream. I will say one thing though, right? And I'm actually really guilty of this. I rarely post my losers on social media. So if anything, you want to see me lose, tune into the streams. Because I rarely sit and take the time out of my day to break down a loser unless it's a good loser. If I cheat on my rules or do something dumb, like, I don't share that because it's not productive. I did something dumb, and I can remind everyone that I'm a human being. But like, at the same time, I've shared the extremes, which I've clawed back on. Like, I've had some extremely big winners the last few months. They haven't reached socials. I haven't needed to, like, and that's just how it is. The winners that I take on stream, I take on one account and I take on another. You'll always see relatively decent sized orders around my entries. And that's because most of the time I am some of that order. Like, and there are obviously people that trade with me that also do that trade decent size. But as someone that has traded, and I mean fucking silly size, 100, 200, 250, 300 minis, it's never, ever, ever, ever productive for you to see that, because all you do is compare that you're trading 3 micros and think I'm a piece of shit for trading so much. And I'm telling you that it's not productive. I did it for 6 months and I clawed back on it because it only had a negative downside to people's trading. And I'll be blunt, my Discord shrunk because of it. I was making more money trading than ever on live stream every single day, and people didn't resonate with it. So I clawed back on it.
Their 24-hour view up tag and pull back.
I won't move my stop now, and that's purely for the fact that like I want to stay in longs for as long as possible, because I do think that we just grind, and I would just sit on it, and if they come back, then I'll get taken out.
And I need some coffee bad.
I haven't had a coffee today, to be honest. No one likes a man who boosts his size. Okay, Sean, you troll. I know you're a troll, because I know you. Leo, do you not move your stop loss to break even? They said.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Jim
allow
would be scared
this
for you.
trade. I wouldn't allow this trade to take me out at 84 where my stop is. I would take myself out before we got there. So here, just for y'all, I will put it right.
Now we can go
3
home.
points higher. Now we can go higher.
Yeah. When
The thing
Jim comes
is
on.
if I'm trading by myself, my stop's down here, because if we get into these 08s, usually I'm just going to add to this trade and just kind of continue to build larger position. Basically, I would trade the bottom of this range back to the middle, back to the middle, back to the middle until it stops working. So that's why, like, just out of habit, my stop stays down here because I'm a little more active, in that sense.
Sean, I did not buy the bank. For those that are like, what? Why?
Oh,
like,
I forgot
what the
about
fuck?
that.
Yeah, I didn't buy it because I just don't plan to stay here for very long. In all honesty, I plan to move. So,
Planet Earth.
yeah, me and Elon, we're gonna conquer Mars.
Buddy, thank you.
Nah, I just plan to move. I'm gonna, like, as much as I love living in close to my hometown, which a lot of you seem to think the reality is that I think I've just outgrown it a little bit, and I love my friends and family here, but it's not a reason to stay living somewhere for too long. I'm 32 now, kind of want to move, and yeah, there are lots of benefits of living elsewhere, right? So we'll see. But yeah, I didn't buy the bank for that reason.
When you talk about building a position, what do you look for before adding size to your positions? How do you handle a break-even point moving in the direction of your trade? So really at this point, okay, so let's just pretend for a minute. My stop's down here. My current price average is here. We have a range, right? So the bottom of the range is the OR low at 08 to 615. So kind of like in this little low volume area where this little build is on the leg to leg profile, I would just long, not blindly, but as long as I'm seeing some initiation from buyers, I would just add to this position. My targets would be the mid, because that's kind of the range that we have. So initial target would be the mid, the upper target would be like VWAP and the OR high, and then just continue to play that range until it stops working. We didn't get any opportunities to add except for this one little wick right here, and I just, I'm not always looking to trade like super aggressively on stream because that just takes a little more like nuance and conversation. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm not really here to demonstrate how much of a great trader I am or anything like that. That's not what I'm here for.
Could everyone do me a favor and fucking delete the 24-hour VWAP? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Just fucking delete it. The charts just need to figure out that it's not a thing. Can you guess my hometown? I mean, you can if you want. Where I'm born and where I live are different, but yeah. Doesn't mean I'm going to say yes or no, though.
Just start searching like countrysides in London or England. There's a guy on TikTok that you can take a selfie anywhere, and he'll find out where you are.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen him?
I have actually, yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
See, the thing is, everyone says Biggleswade, right? Which is where I grew up. Truthfully, it's actually where I grew up. But the truth
what's
is,
it called?
It's called Biggleswade. It's a really small town.
Biggleswade.
Yeah, but I don't live there anymore. So, but it's really not hard to Google my name and figure out where I grew up. But I haven't updated anything with where I currently live.
That's funny, Josh. Kane.
We got him. Yeah. Fuck me, this 24-hour view needs to get out of the way. Did I max Town Hall 18 in Clash? Come on. Don't put some respect on my name. Come on. What are your settings for VWAP? Because
there's no settings for VWAP, bro. It's just is a VWAP.
There you go.
Like the last price of the last 3 bars divided by the price of something else divided by, I don't know. It's just a calculation. 24-hour VWAP is the one that I use.
Oh, you can use standard deviation or percentage deviation. They don't change. That doesn't change anything on TradingView.
The calculation method is the only thing that you could change. I think TradingView actually, they might use a different calculation.
Well, this is the real question I think that needs answering. Is the 24-hour VWAP or the RTH VWAP more important? Discuss.
Oh, man.
Cool.
This is just a rabbit hole of a conversation I just don't want to get into.
Where's XY? XY, are you there?
Is he on next?
I don't know. He's on next.
He is on next.
Here he is. I've summoned an XY. There you go. Did you hear the question, Mr.
He's already here?
No, he's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Best squiggly line.
Which one? 24-hour or RTH?
You know which one he's going to say. It's not even a question, is it?
Shoes EQ, I would use 8-tick compression for sure. Start with that and see where you go. See what that gets you. When it's really slow, I'll actually dial the tick compression down. When it's really fast, I'll dial it up. That is when I am using a footprint, which is very rare.
Okay,
like
so let me
wild
ask.
XYZ. What?
So let me ask you guys a question, right? Just
Not me. Okay.
No, I'm going to ask everyone a question.
No, it's
now.
fine. No.
No, it's fine. If you use the 24-hour VWAP, because a lot of you do you pay attention to the ETH bar chart? Because a lot of you trade the 24-hour VWAP on the RTH chart. So you're only looking at New York session.
Do you see the ETH chart on my screen, Kane? Do you see
I don't-
all these? Do you see all this?
Yeah,
from around
yeah,
the night?
I see it, but I know that it's not on some people's charts. And also, that wasn't a question directed towards you, XY, or whatever. It was a question to the chat as well.
See what the chat says. Oh,
Because, like,
shoot.
Because if like Sumo was here, he would say RTH price is all that matters. RTH levels, nothing else. Mr. ICT himself.
Do you know what was delivered today?
What was delivered today? I don't know.
What was delivered today? What was delivered today?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, it shipped?
Yeah, it's here. It's on my porch.
No way. Okay,
Yeah,
send that shit to
yeah.
me ASAP, Rocky. I'll send you the money.
Here, look.
That's nuts. I need you to check.
See this box?
Wait, I'm not. Yeah. I see it.
Okay, yeah.
Damn, that's sold out in Europe. Oh,
There you go.
all right. Can you just check that it's the right one, though? They didn't send the shitty one? Because I'm gonna be pissed. Leo got a little Patek. Oh, fuck it, I'm not ordering that. Can't you ship real dolls directly to the US, to the UK? For those that really want to know, I wanted an Elgato, what's it called? Fuck.
XL.
Yeah, but the screen prompter, an Elgato prompter, but the XL version. And the XL version is sold out in Europe and the UK until January, February. I was like, fuck that. So
Delivered today, Prompter XL. Yeah, it's the one.
fuck. Yeah, but just check in the box. Tear it open. Check
Like,
it's
you
the
don't
real one.
believe that the box is the real one?
No, I just fuck. If you were to ship me it and it was to be the normal prompter, I would just be upset that I have to ship it
You
back
would
and
never
return
speak
it.
to me again?
Yeah, I would fucking quit trading, to be honest. Watch him now buy the small prompter and ship me that one.
That'd be to some next level.
Yeah, that would be mean. And you're not a mean person, so.
I'm not a mean person.
So we've done square root of fuck all right now. And
What is
my
the
te-
square root of fuck all?
It's also fuck all. IB look above and fail to the upside, and I would get out of my trade and I'd be done with the market because fuck this.
I have a little bit of news for you guys. They said build your own PC. It will be fun. It'll be fun, they said.
Oh, here we go.
So I bought the X870E motherboard from MSI.
No clue.
I bought the AMD 9950X3D. I bought the 5080 NVIDIA GPU.
Ponte el vestido. Todas las
I bought
mujeres tenemos
64
esta.
gigs of RAM. They really took me out on that one.
Yeah, why is that so expensive right now?
Because of AI. There's a RAM shortage. 64 gigs is plenty of RAM.
I'm not sure about that one, my boy.
Okay. Anyways, I can always add more.
True.
Got a nice case, etc. Put it all together. I don't have yet the CPU, the all-in-one cooler thing, liquid, whatever that is.
Yeah, the liquid cooler CPU all in one.
But I
cooler, yeah.
did turn it on last night just to see if it would turn on, and I got an immediate red and yellow LED, which, according to the user manual, indicates the CPU is not found. So we'll see. Oh, production says talk to him later because
I'm out of my trade, and I'm done. That's it.
It turns on, and then boom, 5 seconds later, it turns off. So one of my friends, I'm going to add to this. One of my friends said that there's likely an thing on the motherboard where if you don't have a CPU fan plugged in, like to the header, like there's nothing plugged into the header.
Yep.
On the motherboard, it may just shut down.
Yeah, I would assume that as well, to be honest. When you said you plugged it in without that, I imagine the cooler pins require something for it to power on.
Okay, so those ads got taken. I still like the idea of being along here. I'm gonna jump back in.
I don't hate it. I just, on a day like today, I just don't want to sit in it. I'm not down money, so I don't want to make it a red day because I'm tied to some sort of bias. ES broke back below the open. It's not, the luxury is I can pick and choose when I trade, and oh, you shorted 852. No way.
852. What?
This guy, he shorted 852 NES. What do you think the high is right now?
I don't know.
I'll take a guess.
859.
852.
Oh, that's a good price if you're short that.
I don't know where I'll live. Well, I do know where I live, but I don't really want to share that too much.
Was he saying, Leo, come on?
No, because the 852.
Oh, I was just being funny.
Kane, why do you go long on NQ as the higher time frame is screaming to go lower? Is it though? What about this looks bearish to you right now? In the last how many days? So from the 10th of December. So in the last month, we are down 0.6%. And in the last 2 weeks, so 30th minus 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we are up 5%. I don't know how many, I don't know how bearish that is. And like I
need
said,
a presser on the CPU for it to sit on the socket. Yeah. I did secure the CPU correctly and all that stuff.
don't worry about it, bro. Just get the cooler and plug it in. It'll work. Almost sure of it.
Well, so out of pure anger and frustration, I was just like, you know what? The funny, like, there's other parts to this saga that I haven't told, such as the initial order of parts not getting here, and they had to reship them to me. And I was like, you know, after all this, it might be better if I just bought a pre-built. So I literally went on Corsair last night and just placed an order for the same build. I'm not lying.
I know, I believe you.
And I sent a screenshot to my buddy, and I was like, "Yo, I'm done with this." He's like, "Why? You're 98% the way there." I'm like, "No."
Yeah, you saw the finish line. You saw the finish line on the marathon and was like, "Fuck it, I'll get the bus."
Yep. But if the you know if things can be fixed, I will just cancel that order. NZXT. I have an NZXT case. I did flash the BIOS. Yes. You cut your trade. I did.
I also cut mine. I'm not. I won't touch this for the rest of the day now. Like I said, I wanted to stay long, let the market prove me wrong twice, got 2 scratches. I'm good. Cost me no money to be wrong today. It's a good day for me.
I want to see these lows get taken out and then see what happens.
Like right now, or which lows?
Yeah, right now. So close to yesterday's low though. It's just like, man, is it really? This is really how long I want to take.
Yeah, I absolutely hate the look of the chart. But you now have that IB look below and fail, so you have some. Literally, we got all the way here. We got 30 points off the high and 70 points off the low for some IB trade. They were like, "Yeah, fuck it, we'll take the low." Dicks. You boys and girls are braver men and women than me taking longs here.
I'm not even gonna lie. If I wasn't on stream, I probably would be long 70s right now.
Yeah, you'd have found way too long that low.
Mine.
No, I know. I wonder if XY got short the squiggly line.
I think he was just about as mad about it as we were. I don't know. We'll see.
No, he seemed pretty fucking happy with it. Best squiggly line ever was his statement. Leo, I have a question about rebid, reoffer particularly. Can you explain, please? What do you want to see in those places to actually add to a position? And can you see it on the delta profile, in brackets, leg to leg? Thanks.
It would be just the same of any trade setup. You know, I use a various, like earlier, I took a trade based off of exhaustion. That was kind of the execution reason. There was another one where I took some on, like just absorption right in here. It's all like all of my execution, what puts me into a trade would be at those areas of interest. So a rebid or reoffer would be an area of interest. And then the order flow that I talk about in my playbook would be a reason to execute. So exhaustion, absorption, just a change in direction from buyers, if it's sell dominant, buy dominant, and then flips, etc. Nothing too complicated. You're trying to long here. Yeah, it's not a bad area. It's not a bad area. And they whipped it down, barely took out the low, and then just rallied 40 points.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
What's your view on Netflix? Time to buy? Crazy they brought Warner Brothers Studios, by the way.
Do you know what's funny is the other day I came downstairs and my wife was watching the P. Diddy documentary.
The charging
why
light
would you
will
care about this. She's like, oh, well, he threatened to take it down. Like he sent him a cease and desist. So I want to watch it before they have to take it down.
They won't take that down. Oh, it's not done yet? Well. So I would really, really, really like if they take the low now and then buy it back up again. Like some sort of, and then you get structure here. The problem here is that like you take this trade to either be right or wrong, and then you play the next trade either way. You know, like it's kind of fucked. So I just rather not take it.
Yeah.
Like I've said this a few times, if my stop is the new validation for a new trade, then I'm kind of toast at that point.
I think a good spot. Bids are doing things.
You haven't seen me go tilt? Like, let's not pretend I haven't ever gone tilt though. Come on. Like, that's crazy. I most certainly have. Where did everybody go? I'm still here.
Where did everyone go?
Leo's still here. Watching paint dry. Did we truly expect anything else on a day like today? Like genuine question?
We have actually had some trend days into FOMC.
Yeah, we have. Did you expect it though? Is the question.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't ever expect shit. I expect whatever the market decides to give me. I mean, on FOMC days, I definitely expect like tighter range, like less activity.
Yeah, same.
I should have bought those 80s.
Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
So I was going to come in here and be like, here's my 80s long.
Didn't.
It's not the worst day, yeah. I mean, we've gotten some decent trades.
Why trading on FOMC? If you keep your wrist tight, it's up to you, isn't it? The good thing about trading is no one has to do anything. You form a framework of how you trade, and no one holds a gun to your head to make sure that you follow it or don't follow it. And that's the beauty and the beast at the same time. You're long from 86.
Yeah, that's a great trade, Darian. I was wanting to pull the trigger, and Kate told me not to because it was his invalidation would have to be.
No, I didn't
trade.
say that's fucking such a fucking troll. You're such a troll. The kid. Jesus. The thing is, Darian told us he was long at 86 at, I don't know, 20s. He didn't tell us he was long 86 at 86, did he?
That's true, Darian. Kane's calling you out.
Yeah, I am calling you out because the reality is there's no downside to you now saying you're long 86 because your break even is 86, so you can't lose money.
Here's a good one. How will the upcoming FOMC data release affect the markets, up or down?
Or minimal impact.
Kane?
Come on, don't leave minimal
Kane?
impact out of it. I think it will set it down.
Kane says down. I'm going to say up. That's my vote.
I'm voting negative. Negative.
Give us no cut and go to zero.
No cut and go to zero? I think that'd be kind of nuts, no? Sorry. Yeah, it's the wordage around the result, right? Not the actual result. Maybe we should build a plugin, right? That connects to NinjaTrader. That when you're on NinjaTrader Live, it tells us when you're long and short. Like it publicizes it in the chat.
Your like our trades or the chat's trades? I'd want to see the chat's trades.
The chat's trades, of course. We would just get long, 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 long. And maybe
Hey, if you liked 80s a minute ago, you're gonna like them now.
you're gonna love
I
it
didn't even
now.
get 80s.
Do I know anyone that trades the strat and futures? I'm assuming Sarah does.
I'm pretty sure her name is the Strat Sniper. They're gonna do this to me.
What specific MGI? You're gonna have to forgive me. MGI is like drawn stuff, right? MGI. I don't know. what
Market
MGI is.
generated information. So it'd be like highs, lows, value areas, etc.
It's mainly just highs and lows for me, to be honest, in the midpoint. So all I really care about is like say this is a 4-hour chart, right? And then we open here. That there are three things I care about: the high, the low, the midpoint, and then I use these three things to say, if we trade below the low, except back inside, I want to get long to the midpoint more often than not. Oh, you asked Leo. There you go. Well, you got mine instead, but Leo can tell you his.
Wait, what?
The question was actually directed to you. Oh yeah, I stopped sharing. Sorry. You don't, yeah, that would also not help. But basically, that's all I care about is the high, the low, the midpoint of the high and low, typically the 4-hour candle, an acceptance, a rejection from below, some look below, failure, look above, failure, and then back to the midpoint. That's pretty much all I care about on a 4-hour chart. And then I use different ways to get in.
We can't hear anymore? I can hear. Finally, yesterday's low has been achieved. Right when we have to get off the stream.
Yeah. Sucks to suck. Now what? Back up. It's the 4-hour, right? So low of 9:30. No, like it depends. So like if I'm trading, for example, the 10 a.m. candle, I'd be trading the 6 a.m. candle. So I'm trading the low of 6 a.m. to the high of 6 a.m. or the midpoint of 6 a.m. or the opening price of 6 a.m. Those sorts of things.
Fellas,
Hello.
good morning. How you guys doing?
Just talking through a little bit of a slow market. The tape has picked up though. I think taking out this prior day low, I think we should be able to get. I think personally, I think it's like a good buy here. Seeing some buyers step in right here in the 60s.
Yep, I like
Might even jump in that.
I like the level pushing back above IB low here, maybe catching a little bit of a rally.
Yeah, I just jumped in.
Chad, are y'all already starting in on my bald head, bro?
They're already going for it, yeah.
They're already going in on me. That's crazy. Just hopped in.
Hey man, if you need a hat, let me know. I'll send you one.
Did you boys trade today?
I haven't taken a thing.
I got the VWAP short.
I knew you
of course.
did.
And then I took the long, but we didn't get everything we wanted recently, so I'm taking another one now. But I took a long. What was this, like 580s up to the 620s?
Oh, you took the first 580s long. I took the second
No,
one.
hell no. That's too scary. This is a new long right now that I'm in, but earlier they tried to get back to the 570s. They couldn't, so I long I think it was like the 587s, 588s. But no, not that first one. That first one, I was expecting them to actually just poke a new low.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow they didn't. So I usually like to wait for like a second attempt to not work out in any direction, and then I'll try to come back. It's because on the way down, it was pretty extreme. So I figured, we'd probably come back to one of my favorite squiggly lines, which is like the 90 MA. So let's try to see if they hold a bid here and move all the way up. And then they pretty much got it. So able to take a bunch off at like around the overnight low, 90 MA. Then
I'm gonna try to hold these 65s all the way back up to 630.
Yeah, me too.
Back to the opening range.
Oh, I can share. Okay.
I'm going to take a position long here at 68, stop down at the lows, see if we hold IB low here and rally this thing.
Right.
Whole gang is long. How come you guys didn't offer VWAP? You guys have something against VWAP?
We were long into it.
We were long,
both
yeah.
Oh. Yeah, being long into the most, in the 620s right now, as it came back down, I was like, I really should have just shorted it instead. But it is what it is. Not sure this holds here. Nope. Then I got this gold long that I never TP'd. Now it's break even. Yeah, I'm looking at this taper in the NQ here. So if they do start to show bid again, we'll be willing. What sucks is the failed break right here. No volume. So in between these two, we'll see what happens.
I'm not opposed to re-entering if we get back above IB low and try to find some strength there.
Time will tell.
You couldn't pay me to get back involved in the market today.
Kane's mic, is his mic a little low or is that just me?
Sorry, I can just turn it up as well. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, you can pay me to get involved in it. I'd rather just sit it out, come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was wrong twice for a scratch and I'll leave it there.
Not a bad idea. I mean, probably as we get closer to FOMC and Daddy Powell coming out, I imagine price is going to get kind of weird.
Yeah, it chopped up around the upper range for a minute until it finally gave it up. That wasn't the funnest trade for sure. Looks like they're finally gonna build down into the 460s, maybe.
Pretty bearish.
Maybe. Yeah. The tape is actually reloading offer now. They haven't done that ever since they made this new range.
Since they made NQ.
Yeah, never. This is the first time. You guys are seeing it live for the first time right now.
Yeah. 540s, what's the level, boys? We got them, finally. We just had to go up 25,000 points first.
Am I still alive on the stream?
You're still alive?
Am I on the stream still? I don't know my internet. I think I just DC'd.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're still
Still
alive.
here.
Cool. The white van, they want to get me, but they can't.
They do. They're coming after all of us.
140s in play? No, I told you guys we'll never see it again. It's generational.
Is that the level? I kept hearing about the level that's never going to...
Haven't seen it since.
This is the double bottom level?
Was it a double bottom?
No, I don't know. I also heard someone say that double bottoms exist, but double tops don't. Can someone tell me why XY says this?
Just because it's real. Double tops are fake. They are to be longed into. Double bottoms, you will never see those prices again. It's just the way NQ works. It's just the way the markets work.
The way the markets work.
Yeah, it's the way it was coded into the algorithm.
Which one? As in the algorithm? Like
the algorithm.
The singular coded algorithm from the guy in the van?
I rewrote it on Thanksgiving.
Got bored, rewrote the algorithm.
Yeah, Leo said that he took a road trip to Texas, just didn't tell us it was in the back of a van.
Yeah. Right. All the new data centers are in Texas now.
Damn. Okay, that makes sense. Right, boys.
Well, it's time for me and Kane to F off and you guys to F in.
Copy that.
In.
Have
See you,
fun.
homies.
All right, guys. See ya. See you, chat.
Ciao, ciao.
Later.
See you, chat.
So fancy, so classy. He doesn't say bye or see ya. He says ciao.
Ciao. Love it.
Fancy.
XY, what's up, dude?
What's up? What's up? It's I'm glad that they're giving us some moves to work with instead of them.
Yeah, I will gladly take some moves. I would happily take a long if I can get some strength here.
Right. Reclaim IB.
Yeah. That would be a dream. Chat, can we make it happen? What up, Cooper?
Why all dress black? Because it's the best. Gives you more MFE on your trades.
All right, well, I'll be right back. Wardrobe change, chat, holy.
Ciao is the tiramisu of goodbyes. Yeah, well, they are. Oh, yes, has not made a low yet.
What are you looking for here?
Honestly, I'm open to either. I want to see more of a show of hands first. I mean, if it keeps going down, I'm not against the offer, but what I hate is we're going into a taper right here on volume, so it's going to be tough. The thing that kind of makes me believe in it is this move up into this area and then like a straight up taper. Just they get the opportunity to extend and no one wants to. So if the market now sees through volume that no one's willing to bid this through, then it makes this all more real to me. And if everyone's looking at it like, all right, well, we got up there, no buying occurred. This is usually how these breakdowns occur, and I'm just kind of waiting to see if they really get it, or if they make another attempt to drive lower, fail it, and could probably take it back into the IB, into this whole range, and make some more money on NQ here.
There we go.
But yeah, those are my thoughts. We'll see. I'm pretty open to whatever they want to do now. Just kind of waiting to see for myself what choice they make.
Yeah. We're getting a push back into IB low here.
Chat is used to me being on the left side of the screen. You guys, I never realized that till right now. I am always on the left side. Why? They just decided to mix it up a little bit, So this is looking like a pretty good move here.
Yeah, Nasdaq's trying to catch a nice bid.
ES failed to make a low. Well, another thing I would be willing to do is if this 15-minute candle, which closes in about 6 minutes, can print a really strong, like a reversal, like a doji or something, I'll probably be looking for longs, but a lot can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything can happen. ACH, chat. ACH. Which indicator is that for the IB range? This is one that I had made. It's my own custom one. It just marks it out for you automatically. Yeah, Nasdaq catching a bid back into this IB range here.
You wanted the long back in and through the IB, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we want to sustain this, and maybe I'll look for a long, try to catch maybe a 50% retracement back into the IB range.
Good morning, Jims. Good morning. Yeah, sorry guys. It's production's doing. I didn't choose to be on the right side, you know.
Yeah. Are you usually on the left?
I guess so. I never realized till right now when the chat's like, dude, he needs to be on the left. It's so weird. But I'm like, you know what? I think I am always on the left. I don't know why. All right. Well, I'm if I'm going to short, it would be here around this 9. Trying to see if they even step in with a strong offer. What is it? 140-point range so far. The range has been narrowing pretty bad.
Yeah.
This week kind of sucks. Hopefully today FOMC will break it back out somehow.
Can I make my chart black? I use the black chart. I don't know. I've gotten so used to being in between the white and the dark chart, but I didn't like either. So I found a middle ground.
Yours looks like a little fuzzier, easier on the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine isn't like a full black chart either. I kind of brightened it up, like made it a little gray. You're gonna They told me to clap my hands and some magic will happen. Again?
Oh, look at that.
Look, the thing about magic tricks, guys, is it works 50% of the time, okay? Oh. All right, now we're ready to trade. As we miss the long.
Yeah, long is missed. It's unfortunate, but it's okay. I can still, if we get a little bit of a pullback, I'm not opposed to entering.
Yeah, on a pullback would be nice. In hindsight, it looks like the 550s were pretty good for long looking at it now, but nah, whatever. What are the tools that you've used? I just have, obviously volume profile everywhere, literally. Delta by price, leg to leg, and then just this tape reader. But I mean, yeah, and then you see my squiggly lines. Got VWAP. I do use a 90 EMA 5-minute time frame only, just because I got used to it before I started trading order flow and stuff. So it will have a permanent place on my charts forever. This 15-minute candle is looking pretty insane. So
we were seeing Joey's chart from behind the glass at the dentist's office.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
Chat. All right, bro. Look, listen. Lock in for a second. I'm convinced that my appearance is now just a roast session for you guys, because that's all y'all do to me. I don't get it.
It's like when the market's not giving anyone trades, like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna roast whoever's on stream.
Yeah,
fuck it,
bro. It's every time. It's like every appearance, I just get roasted, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, the chat could be a little crazy, but they're funny. They crack me up. When the markets are slow, I just start reading chat. Am I looking at footprint or DOM? Both, mostly DOM. But I do use a footprint, you know. They said they only roast the ones they accept.
Well, I appreciate your acceptance, chat.
Anti-live hazing. Didn't know One Punch Man also traded. Oh my god.
Okay, chat. I guess I'm gonna have to change my chart colors.
You keep talking, Chad. He's gonna show up in like the craziest toupee.
Actually, I might.
He's gonna go see a hair transplant guy.
I'm gonna fly out to Turkey and get a hair transplant.
Yeah, Turkey. You're gonna go try to see LeBron's guy.
Yeah. Ciao. We'll live stream it. Live stream the hair transplant.
Get ready with me. Stream hair transplant.
Got to do it for the views, chat.
Full gluten. I see that. I see that. Full gluten. You had me in the first half. Not gonna lie. Okay. Well, ES is looking like it's just gonna make a new high now. We've got the reversal candle. I was looking for an NQ on the 15-minute. It's just the problem is it's the entire range of a candle. So the market has effectively shut me out of rebid. I really should have engaged in those 550s. It was a failed second attempt to drive lower, and they piled in with the bid. So
yeah, the long there made sense, especially getting back above IB low there. Like it just made all the sense to take it, but miss. We rallied.
Suck, huh?
Yeah, we rallied. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, chat. If you like Joey's hair, hit the like. If you hate it, hit the like 3 times.
Chat, I'm gonna just say this: there's not many people that can pull off the bald look. Okay,
that's facts. Yes, it is true. Double smash. No. You cannot hit it twice. It has to be odd numbers.
And you know what? Best looking bald guy y'all have ever seen.
Pale gray background. You know, the through the glass is just a perfect way to describe the chart color. It really is.
I don't know. I'm actually gonna have to change my chart color now.
It's like he made the chart and then he went to go get it laminated.
How do you say warm in the winter? Truthfully, I don't. Constantly cold, bro.
Yeah, when you guys find out, let them know. Chat won't stop.
Chat, y'all are unhinged, bro.
Yes, they've got Mr. Worldwide on with me today. Mr. 305 is here with us. Oh, this bid is it's for real. It's for real. ES new high.
Yep.
Squiggly line again.
NASDAQ is just not looking back. Not looking back. 630s. I mean, looking like we're going to go up into the 40s, 50s here.
Yeah, ES is running away.
Oh, God. Well, I was hoping for a pullback, but that's clearly not happening.
Yeah, the buyers are like, pullback for what?
Yeah. What's a pullback?
What for? Let's see, ES. I am willing to take an offer somewhere if they actually start to show up because it's VWAP, but looking like a pretty big if right now. They tried to offer, let's see, the 630s. That's not working out. So maybe they can start to hold and reload offers under 630, but nope. Flip the open, dude. This, my goodness. So right now, chat, I am just gauging 630s. The range is pretty big in terms of the current leg, so want to be extra careful. They traded right under the 630s here, but not much volume, so not too good. 33s are seeing some buying. So I'm open to a short, but I want to see buying no longer getting continuation. So I'm waiting to see that build up somewhere and to see if they do or they don't get continuation, and we see a reloading offer on the way. Just haven't seen it yet. They're buying it. They're not moving up further just yet, but they're still buying this range, not getting left behind. Sorry, so chat, I'm just literally Trader Statham. I just literally glanced at chat and saw. I'm gonna be looking at the Dom now. So,
I mean, if Jason Statham reference, that's kind of the compliment. You know what I mean?
You got to wear a turtleneck and a leather jacket now.
Yeah, I do.
And you need to talk. You need to talk like this. All right, guys.
I just need to get a little more jacked too.
It's just small tweaks. It's nothing crazy. You've got the key component already, so
I do.
Good to go. All right, so there's a offer that's reloading under the 630s now. Giving it a bit of time because the bid is still out there.
Yeah, catching a little bit of a buy here. Look like we're gonna go to the 40s.
They tried under those 30s, and the bid just flooded back in. So that's a no-go for me.
Just put on about 50 pounds of muscle, no problem. Yeah, it's easy. Be easy to do. I will say I started doing deadlifts again yesterday, and it's been a while since I've done those, and my body's feeling it.
ES wants to yank NQ up by the collar right now. That's what it looks like. What a long. Chat, anybody get long? Where was everyone just busy roasting Joey? All right, well, I can get back to chat now because they gave me nothing to offer with.
Too busy roasting, not gonna lie.
You? No, man. Full gluten. You're going too hard. I'm trying to go through chat to see if there were any questions, and it's literally just all people trying to top each other's roast.
I mean, I literally came on stream and didn't have time to say a single thing before I got roasted, so.
Someone said, where was that? Man, I just lost it. I saw something.
Oh, Sean Chicago King in the chat. What's up, man? Still need you to change your YouTube name to Sean Chicago King.
XYZ, why not in trade? They're not really giving me much right now. I'm still eyeing a short, but I need to see what I need to see. The tape is starting to turn right here, which is okay, but 630s are pretty key right now. I'll start to leg in here. So if they don't really drive this thing too much, I'm going to peel this off. And if they do, I will probably start to add to it. So they're really trying to offer below these 30s here. And
yeah, short doesn't look horrible.
The bid is still out there.
We're just right in the middle of the initial balance, and I don't like that.
I'm going to go to 4 lots here. So I'm going to give this about 9, 10 points. Actually, I'll probably just flatten this earlier if they don't really get downside continuation here. I would say probably about like 6, 7 points. Yeah, I'm going to flatten this. That was a failed attempt. So the sellers flooded in, but ultimately under the 30s, they just can't sustain. There's not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, the bid's too strong coming off that low and back into initial balance low. They're just rallying it from there.
Yeah, they're probably going to run this way up because they just ate up a lot of selling. That was a huge attempt.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see the top of the IB come in 670s.
Double-sided IB break.
Actually, I think I would rather see, before I take anything else, I think I want to see IB high come in and we try to pop above IB and fail it.
IB, it's like 680s. Mm-hmm.
Do I use a 60-minute IB? Yes. Yeah, initial balance is the first hour of the trading session.
Chat's still going.
Do you see Orb and IB different? Yeah, so the concepts are kind of, on how people trade them are really the same. I mean, you either can take a short off, IB high and it failing, or you can take a continuation play, right? So how people trade it is generally the same. Same concept. It's just different information. One's on a shorter time frame, and initial balance is on a little bit larger of a time frame.
Any high time frame areas I'll be watching closely for FOMC on GC or NQ? GC, no, not really. I mean, it is what it is. We're just in this range. If they do something about it, I'll just look at the order flow that comes in, after the fact, while it's happening. And then for NQ, I mean, not much has changed either. We're stuck in this range. We did try it outside first time, tapered, tried it outside. They actually tried to buy it, no go. So still, it's all in a range for me. I don't have any if FOMC drives price here, I'm going to look to do this. I think for me, I take catalysts like news events, stuff like that as I don't want to say new order flow, but it's a new set of information that I'm not exactly looking to mix in with the order flow that we've seen before. So all my entries would require the same things like failed attempts or some kind of show of hands. So, reverse the short I just tried. If I was looking for a long, that's exactly what I would want to look for. It's an actual show of hands through the selling into a certain spot that isn't playing out, and then we can get a continuation. But, obviously I wasn't trying to long this and then try to nab the hive day. I'm looking more so to try to get short and see if they can hold this spot and retest these lows. But yeah, it's always going to be the same like entry parameters for me. So I don't focus too much on what high time levels certain data can take us to, or the data to hold right there with the order flow, because it's way too crazy, especially with FOMC. Like the book thins out very heavily. And the way I trade, if the book is really thin, I can't really see my truth, which is the order flow, because it's so thin. I don't play levels while it's interacting with tier one news. It's more of like, you guys figure that out, figure out your feelings. And once the answer is made, I will have seen the answer and I can play the market accordingly. So long-winded explanation, yes, but that's me trying to word vomit my thoughts around stuff like that. I don't need to be first to the party. Being the first to the party generally sucks, or trying to be at least. Just let the market make the choice, and it's like, all right, cool, I will do that. So it's similar to like this IB long that Joey and I were looking at. It's like, okay, well, if you reclaim it and support a bid back into the IB, we'll get along with it. It's just that they just ran that thing through and never looked back. And it's like, what can you do? So sometimes you can't get access to your ideas. Sometimes you do. And most times you do if you're patient enough. They'll give it to you. But sometimes they won't. And then it drives people to likely start to get impatient. And then things go badly. And you just cry about it.
I'm crying, missing the long. Is that a 200 on my chart? No, it's IB and VWAP.
So I don't know who's sitting offer side around this open here, but clearly they're still there. See if the buying can shoot through it. Would not be surprised if they do. Our time frame we tested outside here again, failed it again. So they've got some gas to work with. This is a low volume spot, so it is going to be tricky, but we'll see. We'll see. I am still in the short. I just need to see an actual short setup, which it's not exactly happening right now. You're seeing absorption. We're seeing the tape kind of fade on the buy side, but they still have a lot of ground that the sellers would need to reclaim for me to trust in them again.
At some point here, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see, as we, FOMC is getting closer, it wouldn't surprise me to see us just chop in the middle of the range until then. It's like, how many more big moves do we have until, that news drops?
Right. Yeah. They've made a few choices already.
Yeah.
And if the downside one fails to really extend and the upside one doesn't really get extension, it's gonna probably lock price in the range. Another reloading offer.
Definitely starting to, feels like it's slowing down a little bit here.
Mm-hmm. And try to leg into a short slowly.
You taking a short?
Yeah, I'm just kind of building into it slowly here.
Okay.
Just as long as the offer is willing to reload, I'll do so. And if we do go higher on this swing, on this leg, then I'm just going to get out of it. Hit the likes, chat. I think that's what's going to make it work. So I'm not adding any more into this just yet.
Chat, y'all see the thumbs up button there? It's challenging you guys to a thumb war, bro. go ahead and have that. Let me know who wins. If you guys win, XY is gonna win a short, right? So let's just go ahead and smash
Please. Please. Chad, you guys hitting that thumbs up?
God,
it's not dying yet. Come on, chat.
Can't see it, too much glare on the right side of the screen. Bro, y'all.
You can't say anything to these guys without them clapping back today.
Golly.
Guys, I think it's working. I think I'm going to, you know what? I'll add a 7. All right. We're going to keep it at 7. That's our max on this setup here. I'm only going with 7 because we got paid a lot in NQ earlier, so we've got some house money. But let's boogie.
I like the shorts trying to show up here.
I know. What is happening? All right, I guess I'll just manually exit my orders once it gets there. But these are the ranges I'm looking at right now for exits. Keep hitting the likes, please.
Bradley, no, I missed the IB low trade, unfortunately. I sat here and literally talked about it and watched it go without me.
Yeah, the both of us. We're like, wow, this is nice. I think we can get long. I think this, and then it's like at the highs, it's like,
Yeah.
guess not. Chad, you guys stopped hitting the like button, didn't you?
What tools am I using? I only use, as far as like on chart, just initial balance and VWAP. That's really the only things that I watch for.
Good advice, Trader Kane. What was Kane here? Can you say something?
Oh, I didn't see.
Well, anyways, chat, please, everyone, hold hands and drive this market down. Everyone, just sell. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Just click sell.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. It'll work.
Who's the market maker in the chat?
Trust me. All right. If they trade under these 40s again, and I don't see a reloading offer, I'm just going to flatten this thing for how many points that is. So I'll give them another shot to get under these 640s. tape is turning, so. All right, we were getting a delta dump. Let's see if they can actually drive it. So they're reloading. That's nice. So is the bid. Not nice. Offer is still pressing. So now that I'm seeing a bid actually start to come in the 39s, in the 40s, it makes it even better if they can push through that, because then we'll get some more downsides because of that failed bid. Yep, so they're leaving some bid behind 39.40s.
There you go. Some
Which
good
is
selling
good.
coming in here.
Finally, the bid side's not getting what they want, and it's hopefully this is the start.
It's the market maker in the chat.
We got one?
Yeah, I think that's who's doing it for you.
Come on, chat, Mr. Market Maker. We're cool, right? We're cool, man. We're cool. We're cool, bro. All right, we're getting a bit of a move. Yeah, I want to see like into the low 20s where it starts to taper at least. So this is POC, which is decent. They could certainly hold POC. I'm not going to give up my access and my entry for, a 12-point move. I'm going to need a little more to make something like this worth it. I mean, we're fading a really strong move. So I'm looking for 22s, 24s at least, 24s.
I would say, yeah, you get a pop below 24, 25s. I mean, you might get a nice little pop there.
That's what I'm hoping for. So POC is pretty thick in inventory right now. Offer is reloading, but there's a lot of buying. So I'm hoping they can set this buying off size. If they pop it here, I'm going to start covering into it because there's a lot of buying that's showing up. I don't want... Okay, yeah, I'm going to cover some. Covering 2. Down to 5. I'm going to break even this thing and let the rest play out. So I covered 2 just to reduce my risk. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Now I can chill. I've made my peace. Add more size in the hole? Maybe not. Let's see. So still, it's really thick on the bid. Okay, they just ran through it. Nice.
Oh, yeah. Wow. There's that push through that 24.
Yeah, we need them to flush this bid out, which is what they're doing, So, okay, we're starting to cover. I'm down to 4. I'm going to let these run. So we've got almost half the position covered. The risk is off the table. And
nice trade.
Okay, thank you. It took a bit of work for sure. And Q's been good to me today for sure.
Chad, I think we smashed some more likes for that trade, huh? What do we think?
See, it wasn't really doing anything until they started hitting that like button, and then the market's like, you know what? I think we do want to go lower.
Yeah.
It just takes a little convincing. That's the real algo. It looks at the likes in chat.
See, chat, y'all are the market makers.
Yas says, thanks. I followed your lead. Look, if anyone's making money off this, please tip. We can do 25%, 30%, 35%. Austin needs to get me my tip jar. Austin, are you here? Are you backstage? Why aren't I getting a tip jar?
Tip into Joey's hair.
Man. Can't get away from it.
Tip my trip to Turkey, bro. Holy. Well, we know it's going to be forever a thing every time I'm on stream now, so that's great.
You tip us for move the market for you. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Chad, before you know it, I'm gonna have a sponsorship with Rogaine.
You gonna see him on a commercial.
Yeah.
It's like a before and after photo. Now you've got all kinds of hair.
Chad, you know what's wild, bro? I used to have like, I know I'm bald now. Maybe can't see it, but I used to have some like nice hair. Like when I was younger in high school. I mean, my hair dipped when I was like 25, bro. There was nothing I could do about it.
Wow.
Yeah, I was screwed with hair. But when I did have hair, chat, listen, it was thick. You would have never thought I would have been bald.
Damn, bro, you was stressing big time.
Oh yeah, we owning it over here. We good. Look at these sellers, man.
I know. I'm tempted to cover another one somewhere here. Let's see if it gets to my limit order. I'll go down to 3 here. So this thing has got some juice, guys. It's not bad. Go value area low. There's this weird volume spike here. I don't know who it is, but I'll cover into them too. So, all right, this is for the next 3. Hope they give it to me. If not, can't complain.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we do end up bidding back up. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
Reginald, what you said? Just hit it. Thanks. What would you hit a TP or something? Or short? Yeah, ES just dumped like 2,000 negative delta. Yeah, pullback it's not out of the picture for sure.
I really can't see this running it all the way back down.
You can or you can't?
Can't.
All the way to the lows?
Yeah, or like even, I mean, I feel like
I just want to get to like the 600s.
Yeah, I like 600s.
I'll be down to 1. Yeah, just the middle of the range, right where it starts to poke, like right outside of value. That's good enough for me.
I mean, running all the way back down to the lows would be absolutely filthy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not looking for that. Yeah,
that would be insane.
I'm looking for 600s. That would be nice. But I mean, as it were, I've already gone like 30% of the day's range on the trade. I really can't like ask for more. I might just take off the rest here. It looks like a pretty big bounce. Yeah, I'm gonna take the rest off. So that trade's done.
I'm actually longing this this pullback for a move back above VWAP.
Yeah, this can definitely be where they hold. So I'll take the rest of my money off. Thanks, chat.
Exit your short. Now, chat, help me with the longs.
Yeah, relay race. Pass the baton.
So now we need to hit the like button for the longs.
No. Now we need to hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, subscribe button for the longs. There we go. I like it.
Rub the head for good luck. Yeah, chat loves having you on. I can tell already.
Oh, yeah. Chat, give me my longs, man.
Also got a long, want the love, got mine and out. Oh, chat is eating today. Let's go. Pure Jameson in the mug? Absolutely not. Fractal, you know, I love whiskey, but I hate Jameson. To me, it's not whiskey. Like, I just can't. I can't drink it. It's so disgusting, Jameson. I think it's because, like, you know, when you're younger, when you're doing shots, Jameson is probably one of those bottles that you're taking shots from, and that could be the reason. It could be both. It could be because it sucks and because you shoot it. But oh man, I can't. Not Jameson. Sorry, chat.
No.
This is actually just literally espresso. So I'm with Deli on this. In the mornings, you need espresso. I mean, when they're making me hop on early like this, for anyone who doesn't know in chat, I am on Pacific Standard Time. So when I'm doing the open streams with you guys, the sun's not even out. It's literally still nighttime outside.
Holy.
Yeah. What time zone are you in?
Central.
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah. See, for me, I need my Celsius in the morning.
That's your thing, the Celsius, huh?
That's my thing, bro. That is the thing. That's it.
Everyone's got their thing,
Tropical flavor.
Disclaimer, all profits earned as a result of XY's magic trade go to XY's tip jar and the Bald People Foundation.
God bless.
These guys always get me in the first half, man. I just start reading like a big wall of text. I read it, I'm like, and then they just... Eagle Rare? Yeah, I like Eagle Rare. I actually just tried it maybe a year or two ago. Eagle Rare. Finally tried like blends. What else is out there in Kentucky? Yeah. I never really enjoyed bourbon until I tried Kentucky bourbon. It's a lot closer to what I'm used to. So we're both making money. All is well. Chat's making money. W stream.
I'm going to let this long ride here. I'm going to cover 2.
Well, yeah, I got some Hibiki. My favorite bottle is, who has that? Frank. My favorite bottle is the Lagavulin 16. That is my favorite bottle. Super smoky. So anything that's like, it's I forget what that region is called, but they make it really smoky. So they'll do that bottle. There's Talisker is really smoky. Lafroig is really smoky. So yeah, because I like really smoky whiskeys, when you pair it with like a cigar, it's like hey. Am I an alky? No, I don't drink recreationally on my own. Springbank. I don't even heard of that. No.
Man, if we can give me a pop above like 55s, I'd be
55s. How about the 70s?
Yeah, I'd love that too.
Look, ES is already like back to its new high, and it's just, I don't think it wants to turn around. So it's only right if we trade NQ like 26K or something like that, something reasonable. It's a little scalp.
Yep.
Hey guys,
Jim.
Good job today.
Appreciate it.
You guys are busy on FOMC morning. I love it.
Oh yeah, I mean NQ is really spitting out opportunities for sure.
Yeah, which is really surprising today, given what we have coming later.
A big announcement later.
Yeah, you never know. Today is like one of these days. I've been, sitting around FOMC meetings for a long period of time, and sometimes it's like flatline, like all right, and other times it's like today. So it's pretty good, for sure.
Trying to see if I get a big pop here, Jim.
You know what? I'm rooting for you. Also,
it's got to. They couldn't even take this thing back down. They've got to go up.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's illegal.
It's illegal to go lower at this point.
It would be a violation for sure. But I like the fact you're rocking the Ninja Web.
Yeah. I've always used it.
I love that, man. Joey, by the way, on a side note, did I just see you like deadlifting like 1,000 pounds?
No, that was 225.
All right, might as well be 1,000 to me.
225,000, same.
Yeah, same thing. No, I used to deadlift 400. I was in the 400 club on deads, but I haven't done them in a long time, and so I'm trying to warm the body back up to lifting that heavier weight on deadlifts.
You're gonna try to hit the 4-figure club? What is that? Squats, deadlifts, and bench, right? If you can equal out to 1,000 pounds.
Equal 1,000, oof.
Yeah, that's the 4-figure club. I would never even try.
Those were the days. Oh man. Yeah, no, Joey's a real deal, man. Follow him on X. Follow both these guys on X, by the way. But you'll see him in action, man. He's impressive.
I think the NASDAQ is going to try to give this to me. I would love to see that just move back to IB high. Man, that would be it.
All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing, guys. All right, so this afternoon, let's kind of just give it up. Let's see. Shoot, did I lose my cheat sheet? No, I didn't. Remember, everybody, early start this afternoon, 1:45. We're doing FOMC coverage. It's going to be me, Shai, Craig Shapiro, and Blake Morrow starting at 1:45. And we're going to go all the way to 2:30 to trade the close. And XYZ, you're coming back, right?
Yep. We're going to get a little crazy. I've got a lot to play with, so... You're
going to be with Nick also, so that's this afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's going to be good. It's good. This morning was great. This afternoon we got a lot of content that we're going to throw your way. A lot of great discussion, especially with Blake and Craig going at it, and then Shai going, "Hey, you guys are right and wrong." It's going to be awesome. So I just kind of like get to ask questions. Anyway, so that's it, guys. Thank you, everybody, for being in the chat. Thank you for viewing. If you're not in the chat, doesn't matter. Subscriptions, we appreciate the subscriptions. Our aim is to just continue to provide the best content as possible. We have two excellent young men with us this morning, in Joey and XYZ. No commercials on this channel. We're just going to keep adding and adding. So subscriptions are important. Gives the channel more visibility, and we greatly appreciate that. Click on that subscription button if you so desire.
Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it. There you go. You're more direct than me. In any event, guys, thank you. I appreciate you. I will talk to you guys later. I'm going to go ahead and do a really quick edge report and end the session.
See you, chat.
Sounds good. See you, chat.
All right, let's go to the Treasury bond market. You heard Pax talk about it. You've heard Deli talk about it. You've heard Shapiro, Shukart, everybody talking about it. So today, interestingly enough, we have this. So the sell-off started at the top of the consolidation level back at 117.30, 30 seconds, almost 118 handle, and then it just kind of sold off pretty nonstop the last couple of weeks. And you can see the moving averages are crossing under and all that stuff that the moving averages are supposed to do when you see this formation. You have this trend channel here now that I drew. We're kind of actually breaking up out of it to the upside. My line in the sand is 115.24, 30 seconds. So this is our gauge for how hawkish the Fed cut is going to be, right? This is the bond market correcting yields, saying, hey, inflation's too much, maybe. We need to have some higher yields, some higher interest rates to slow things down because the Fed's not going to do it. That's how we're gonna talk about this a lot this afternoon, by the way, at 1:45. But right now we're kind of a little bit perky here, peeking back up a little bit, kind of taking out two sessions, the open from 2 sessions ago. So in any event, that is the Treasury bond market today. So we'll see how it keeps going. Remember, it's a $31.25 tick. It's not a small tick size. It might not move as much as maybe the NASI does, but it all kind of evens out high to low. So keep that in mind as well. Everything else, let's just take a peek. I mean, we've been doing E-mini, S&P, and NASDAQ all morning long, pretty much unchanged, relatively speaking, up a little bit. Now I'm tracking the equal weight futures here on the left-hand side of my screen. If you can see that, this is a CME market. It's equal weight S&P market right now. You can see it's about up 0.47%, which is pretty positive, right? That's telling us, well, we're not leaning too into the and then the Mag 7 are the top 2 or 3 components in the S&P. Is kind of even-handed. When you see it with a percentage that's quite a bit higher than the index itself. So that's a good sign. Just kind of going down the board here, down to crude oil, if I could find it really quick. Crude oil actually had an interesting pattern today. I just want to show you, we're selling off for the third day in a row here, right? Now, look at where the wick is. I'm just going to put my crosshairs right there, and I'm going to go all the way back to the 21st of November, right? Buyer's wick, 1, 2, 3, 4, and today, 5 again. So as soon as we get to that, approximately that $58 level, buyers are showing up, right? Buyers are showing up over the last couple of weeks. So keep that in mind. Now, if we do get a breakout to the downside here, then we got this next swing low all the way down here. We saw at the end of October. And then intraday on crude, we had the inventory number come out. We've had some information that's been brought into the equation here. But at 10 o'clock, here's that 9:30 to 10 candle, big sell-off. And this is that 11:30 to 12 candle, a big rally back up to VWAP. We touched the VWAP. Boom. We just touched it. We're kind of selling off it a little bit as well. So this is kind of a really nice VWAP touch potential trade here going into the afternoon. The 9 EMA is problematic. It's in the way. The 58 put support is problematic. It's in the way also. But we did get that VWAP touch. I love looking for that VWAP touch around lunchtime to see what happens going forward here into the afternoon. That is late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. As we already said, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the likes. And thank you for being just a great community. High tides lift all boats, and you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And remember, 1:45 start, all about FOMC. I know Craig's got a lot of great information. Shai's got a lot of great information, and so does Blake. So looking forward to that. And so in the meantime, relax, have a nice lunch, take it easy, and we hope to see you this afternoon. Thanks for coming.
Incertidumbre sobre la presencia de la líder opositora venezolana María
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagney, and I am Senior Market Strategist, and welcome to this afternoon's special FOMC edition with our distinguished panel. We have Craig Shapiro, Macro Strategist Extraordinaire. We have our economist, Senior Economist, I should say, Tracy Schuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl. And we also have Blake Morrow, the Pit Czar, here with us today. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Well, we have some breaking news. a U.S. just seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. So I'll just chime in with that. That literally just happened. I guess U.S. forces have intercepted and seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. According to people familiar with the matter, the White House hasn't immediately responded. So oil just shot up on that, of course, and that came literally as the intro music was playing. So.
Wow, that is hot off the presses, man. Well, well, so Tracy, also I heard Hassett talk. What was he saying on TV just now?
Yes, Hassett, of course, decided to go on Fox News, 35 minutes before the Fed rate decision. And he basically, besides saying, Trump could make the final Fed decision by next week, he said that he expects that the Fed will cut 25. However, you could definitely get to 50 or more the way he's looking at the situation, and said repeats the Fed has plenty of room to reduce interest rates. The Fed will need to do some more. He was very adamant and, really saying, he would cut 50 or more.
All righty then, no surprises there. Blake, me, Craig, and Shad were talking this morning about this FOMC, upcoming FOMC stuff, and just wanted to get your general opinion on where you think, is 25 BIP cut a good idea right now?
Is it a good idea? No, if I was in the FOMC voting committee, I'd be joining Schmidt probably in a rate hike rather than a cut. But that's just me. That's what I'm saying. No, but as far as a cut goes, and as far as what the market's expecting, that is what they're expecting. Everybody's expecting a more hawkish cut, meaning that the Fed's going to go on a pause for the next at least couple meetings, probably into April. And I think the market's pretty well priced for that now. It's going to be really interesting to see dot plots, who the dissenters are and in what direction they're dissenting. We're almost guaranteed to have Mirren, voting for a 50 basis point cut, and then Schmidt is probably going the other direction. And if anybody joins Schmidt, whether it's Musalam or somebody who joins Schmidt, it's going to be a really interesting FOMC meeting, and I think it's going to be a really interesting reaction to the market. And Tracy and I were talking just with us just before we came on air. Then you have to have Powell come in, and he's going to be the smoother, trying to make sure he maintains the peace.
Craig, is he going to maintain his cool today?
Yeah, he's always cool, calm, and collected. Any questions he doesn't really like, he doesn't answer, or he answers the question, as he sees fit. So, look, I think a couple things just on the dot plot, which will come out at 2:00. That'll give an indication of really how many dissents there were, because each of the members has to put in the dot as of Friday. They do have the opportunity to change it if they want to, but we will see, even if we only get one or maybe two dissents, we'll see of the non-voters how many of them also didn't want to vote for a cut today. So we could have 5 or 6, votes and non-voters up there who did not want to cut today. So that'll be interesting. The 2026 dot is also going to be interesting. Market expectations are for 3.1 as the rate at the end of next year. The last Fed dot plot would have said somewhere between either 3.4 or 3.6. Well, if we cut today and the dots stay at 3.6 for 2026, that means no cuts for next year. So that would be a hawkish interpretation. And the last thing I'd say with respect to the statement is there is a forward guidance paragraph in there. I think it's paragraph 3. And what people are looking for is, last time they said in considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate. So those are the words, in considering additional adjustments. Prior to that, they had used the phrase in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments. If they reintroduce the phrase extent and timing, that is indicative that they're likely to pause at the next meeting, because the last time they had that phrase in there was they put it back in last December after they cut and they went to a pause. So we'll have to keep an eye on if we see extent and timing added back to that forward guidance paragraph to give some indications of whether or not the press conference, which comes at 2:30, is going to be more hawkish than not.
And I think also people will be looking to see whether they intend to increase their balance sheet. Again, they stopped QT. They have been starting to talk about possibly buying more T-bills. So we'll see if we do see them increase the balance sheet again, which obviously the market is going to love that and interpret that as very bullish.
Yeah, Tracy, I think that's a good point because a couple, Bank of America, Bloomberg, SocGen, a bunch of banks in the course of the last few days have really started to push this idea that the T-bill purchases were going to restart, as early as this month and could be as high as Bank of America is calling for $45 billion a month, which would basically be the equivalent of what was done kind of after the SVB issue in 2023. So that's a massive amount of T-bill easing, T-bill buying that would lead to financial condition easing for next year. I don't think it's going to be that high, but I think the market is pricing in that direction. So if we don't get it, that would be another indication that the Fed's a little bit more hawkish or slower than I think what people are thinking.
Can I ask a question here, if you guys don't mind? As far as you think about like the trajectory of most central banks right now, and this is where, as an FX guy predominantly, I'm looking at the hawkish cut that New Zealand, the RBNZ gave was it 2 weeks ago, and you've seen the Kiwi really respond. Everybody's looking at the RBA possibly hiking. ECB, there's the market starting to anticipate that the ECB might hike this next year, and then you got the Bank of Canada, which just met today, and people are starting to look at them as well. When their next move might actually be a hike as well. How's that sit if you have the Fed that might still be cutting rates, but you got other central banks that might be raising rates? It's interesting to see that dynamic play out, don't you guys think?
No, I agree. I mean, we spoke about that a little this morning, just this idea that, the end of 24, most of 25, you kind of saw a consolidated central bank global easing pattern. And as we transition here into the fourth quarter of this year and into next year, you're seeing a little bit more of a Christmas tree lights pattern, right? Certain banks are easing, certain banks are tightening, certain banks are on hold. I think the ECB comments this morning about a growth upgrade, and Schnabel's comments talking about the potential for a hike, should be back on the table for next year, I think is a very interesting dynamic here in play. I think the rest of the world is acknowledging that inflationary pressures really have not been slayed. They have an inflation first mandate, or inflation only mandate, really. And so when they see those pricing pressures, they're more likely to act, whereas the Fed has the dual mandate. And so constantly in, this balance between inflation, which is not really moving back down to target, but a labor market that is slowing. And so the balance there. But I think that it will create incredible trading opportunities in FX next year. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Heck yeah.
And right now, Craig, I mean, the euro is caught a bid, right? We're trading at the highs of the session. This is in the futures, the euro versus US dollar, still below that 1.17 level, which is kind of, longer term resistance, but definitely perky today.
Yeah, I think it's that interest rate differential story that is, coming to the fold here. If you're increasing the odds of an ECB hike for next year at some point, and you're talking about still the Fed cutting rates and probably never raising rates,
ever again.
With Trump at the White House, it just makes it very difficult to buy dollar versus euro on an interest rate differential perspective. I think from a growth perspective, U.S. growth is still outperforming, but if European growth is bottomed and start to reaccelerate, that's another tip in the cap for the euro as well.
I mean, Blake, what do you make of this chart? Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy, go ahed.
No, I was just going to throw in there. I don't think people are, buying the euro because Europe is so great right now, right? It's more like they have to.
Yeah, and Tracy, just to mention that, or to add to that, really is Europe is looked at as more of stability right now. We have an incoming Fed chair, which obviously really strong possibility at this point in time that it's going to be Kevin Hassett, and as you just pointed out, he was on Fox talking all sorts of interest rate sound bites. And, people look around and say, I'm not really sure I want, the U.S. is not the safety mechanism that it used to be, at least not right now, not during this administration. And Europe may not be this, beautiful growth scenario, but it is stable, and that stability says something when you're an asset manager and you want to park your money in different currencies. I think you're starting to see that move away from the dollar. It's interesting to see how, and Jim, you're pointing out this chart, which is just over the last 4 or 5 months where we've consolidated. But if you think about the whole year, we spent the first half of the year traveling towards 120 from the 110 level basically in the euro. And it's like 114, excuse me, at the beginning of the year. No, I take that back. Let me go back and let me pull up my charts really quick. Yeah, we were at 101, 104. At the beginning of the year, we rallied all the way towards 120. We've just been consolidating gains since then. I mean, it's hard to be a dollar buyer when price action says that people are just not willing to buy dollars, no matter how high the Fed funds rate is right now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, a couple hours, less than an hour before the decision, just looking at the currency pairs on the upper left corner of my quote board here, it's, dollars down against everything except for the British real. So it's getting ready to go. Anyway. Hey, one thing you said, Craig, before that I didn't know, you could change a dot plot. I thought once you made a dot, that was it. You couldn't erase the dot.
Yeah, so basically the way the process works is the members and non-voters and voters are supposed to submit their summary of economic projections on the Friday before the Fed meeting. And then they have the meeting, and then they are given the opportunity to change should they want to. I think it's rare. A lot of times they change if you get data. So we've seen them change at times. If we get a CPI reading on a Tuesday or a Wednesday of the Fed meeting, then you could change. But my understanding is, you could you submit on Friday, and if you want to change, but typically they don't change. And so I think what we'll get today is we will see various members who are not in favor of cutting rates today, and that should show up in, I think, the 2025 dot.
All right. Well,
but as far as dissents are concerned, I think we'll get a dissent from Schmid, and maybe we'll get a dissent from Muslim. I don't suspect we're going to get a dissent from any of the governors. I don't think Cook or Barr will use this as an opportunity to dissent. I think Powell is good at corralling the governors. I think
Goolsbee maybe.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see in a couple. We're going to see in a couple minutes, right? So we're going to get that in a couple minutes, and we're going to.
We'll find out.
Craig and Shai are speed readers. We're going to find out right in like 2 minutes, I think.
Thank goodness, because I like to just look at price action. I feel that there are people that are way better at doing that than me, but I'm really good at just looking at what the entire market, how the market's interpreting it. And I know I'm going to be looking at seeing how Bitcoin reacts. I'm going to be watching precious metals. I'm going to be watching the SPUs and the dollar, obviously.
I'm going to throw up the Treasury bond for now, and then we'll pivot to all of those right now. But we'll keep an eye on the bonds right now. We have a little bit of a fight back up off the mat so far today. We were pushing that 115 handle right now. Now we're 115 happen in like a minute and a half.
Or nothing.
I was gonna ask real quick, since I haven't been on with you guys over the last couple of days, how are you interpreting this move in yields globally? I mean, this has been a big move in yields.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this morning, but go ahead, Craig. You can start.
No, I was just going to say, for me, the long end, I think, has been being driven by what's going on in Japan and what's going on in Europe, just kind of this increase in deficit spending and need to focus on domestic economy, the stimulus from the new prime minister in Japan, kind of remilitarization in Europe, and I think the calls on capital for these global sovereigns is growing, and so I think that's been pressuring the long end in addition to the AI capex story. So that's been pressuring yields, and we'll see if the how bonds react to whatever Powell has to say in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we do have, and everybody, we do have, Powell is speaking at 2:30. I know you guys will be on trade the close, but I will be in the chat, and I'll put anything of importance that he may or may not say in the chat.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's XYZ and Nick for a tick. They're the brave souls who said, yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and do this. I'll do this at 2:30.
All right.
Oh my God.
There we go. 25 basis point cut as expected. No surprise there.
Goolsbee and Schmid dissent.
and balance sheet will begin growing 40 billion. That's dovish. And then they did include this phrase, "We'll consider the extent and timing," and that's hawkish, right? So that's the phrase about cutting rates for not cutting rates in January, but balanced by this T-bill purchase thing up to 40 billion in the next 30 days. Have to see if that's just into year end or if that's going to be for every month.
So is this the return of QE, Greg?
I mean, the Fed will say it's not, but when they're buying bills in order to help provide reserves back to markets and alleviate some concerns about funding strain, it's hard for it's going to be hard for folks to say it's something different than that.
Yeah.
Well, see, they didn't say how much. They just said that they will initiate purchases of shorter Treasury securities, but as needed. So leave that to your imagination. I'm sure somebody's going to ask Powell that in the Q&A in the presser. So we'll see what he says.
Yeah, so interesting. We can get off the bond chart in a second, but I just wanted to kind of point out, two FOMCs ago, we had a huge rally going into the meeting, right? And that was telling me something. We had a pretty big candle the day of the meeting, even though we settled lower, and then we broke. Almost the same phenomenon the next meeting, although we consolidated a little bit ahead of time, kind of a big rally up to 119 handle, and then the meeting day, boom, big red candle, we sold off. Now we have the opposite structure. We have this big sell-off leading into the meeting, and now we have the start of a green candle here. So I don't know. I mean, it's not as big or it's not a benchmark candle by any sense of measure, but we're up against that 24 level, which is kind of my line in sand. So interesting to see. We'll see what happens once Powell starts talking in this market. But some of the other markets, I don't know if we have any huge amount of movement. Let's just kind of go through let's start with the E-mini S&P. Not a lot of movement here either. Yeah, we wicked up to JAX 4 and just kind of settled down. Really nice Gaussian distribution on the volume profile here. So this is definitely waiting for Chair Powell to start talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Bitcoin got a little jiggy.
So you have 7 officials who are looking for no rate cuts in 2026, and then 4 who are looking at only 1 cut. So that's 11 out of. So that's what the median is going to be for 1 cut. That'll put it down to basically the 3.4, which I think is kind of in line with expected. Although market pricing is a little bit lower than that, but I think it's not the 0 cuts for next year, which would have been the most hawkish thing.
And some would argue that 3.4 is pretty close to the real neutral rate.
Connection lost.
Yeah, I think most folks are thinking neutral rate is down closer to 3%, and so we're approaching it. We're getting close. I think we're talking about moderately restrictive territory when we're talking about 3.4. So. We also did get, I don't think we mentioned, Steve Myron, it looks like he did dissent as well. So the vote was 9-3.
Anybody call for 50 this time?
Yeah, Myron did.
Myron.
Oh, okay, all right.
Order
filled.
Of course. And then...
Blake, you seen anything in the currency while Tracy's reading? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say the dollar is showing some signs of weakness. We finally kind of cracked that 116.60 level, which is basically the highs of the day on the euro. But I'm not completely sold on this dollar move just yet because, equities have, they kind of spiked up and they're pulled back a little bit. But we're seeing like Bitcoin reverse, and I don't feel good about selling dollars whenever I see like crypto kind of reverse, and even precious metals aren't following through to the upside. But I'll tell you what, the dollar looks vulnerable right now. We have the euro; it's about ready to get up towards that 70 level. I'm not sure what do you have on your chart there?
This is Bitcoin futures right here. Just kind of seeing. Tracy mentioned the reaction right now.
Got a little jiggy, is what I said. Yeah. That is a technical term. By the way,
very jiggy. If you sit for the CMT exam, it's going to ask you the definition of jiggy.
Right.
But I mean, pretty much that candle was such a knee jerk. This is a 30-minute candle, but still, this was reaction based on that 2 o'clock print, and it almost spanned the whole day. Right? This market doesn't know which way to go yet. Now it's starting to sell off again, so we'll see.
Yeah. Hey,
So-
Jim, do you mind pulling up the euro really quick? I'll show you that that we're peeking our head into new highs on the session here, and yeah, you can see it right there. Just trying to release to the upside. I really get, as you pointed out earlier, I get really bullish above 117. I'd like to see how it reacts, on the way up there. But you can see it has broken new highs on the session thus far.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's a nice breakout to the upside. I mean, it started during the initial balance, end initial balance. We kind of started moving, got a little bit anticipatory here. So we'll see if that continues. But that's a pretty big buyer's wick at the bottom of this 30-minute candle that we're looking at right now.
Yeah,
You got the 2-year on the move too.
Oh yeah, what are yields doing at the moment?
The long end's just kind of sitting where it started.
Look at the 2-year.
All right, let me do that. It might take I haven't pulled this up today, so it might take a second for data to populate into the platform, but we'll just see what happens.
It's pretty nasty, Tracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, but if you look at the yield curve now, it's like it's from versus a month ago. When you get to that 18-month period, yields have increased proportionally greater on the longer end, and then they've decreased on the shorter end. And we're kind of seeing that right now with this big wick. If that makes any sense, what I just said.
That did. But so the initial reaction has been, I think, as Craig pointed out, I think it was smart for him to just signal that this is pretty dovish, just as they are starting this QE process, and you're seeing the initial knee-jerk reaction is higher. If we don't get any pushback from the Fed Chair Powell during his press conference, I mean, we have the dollar at lows. We have gold that's pressing its highs of almost of the session, and I mean it looks like risk assets want to rally here.
Let me pull up a gold chart.
Yeah, we got ES rallying. It took it a minute. It was deciding what to do. But you've got ES rallying. You've got NASDAQ rallying. Not as much.
So, Craig, what's your interpretation of gold trying to make new highs here on this news?
Yeah,
on the day.
I think this idea about the T-bill purchases had been floated around, been going around, and clearly the Fed, was signaling it to some people in the know already. And so Bank of America was the leading rates guy, put this out earlier, end of last week, and I think the market is happy about that because it feels like that, there's no real risk now that the Fed is buying bills again. There's no year-end funding strain. There's no concern. They're trying to get out ahead of any particular problems that maybe they felt like the amount of QT that they did bringing the balance sheet down had gone a little bit too far. This rectifies that. I think what they're going to try to say is, that doesn't matter. That's like watching paint dry in the background. That's financial plumbing stuff. It's really not a big deal. It's not monetary policy. The monetary policy is actually the rates tool. And if you look at the dots, we're not that dovish. And if you look at we've added this clause, this phrase back, it means we're probably going to be on pause, but the market sees what the market wants, right? So they'll see the liquidity, they'll see the balance sheet moving higher again. I think the dollar is, as Blake points out, the charts aren't great. And so, to see gold moving up, maybe taking out highs. I'm surprised Bitcoin's not stronger. We'll see if it, picks up any momentum here into the press conference. But, Powell will have a tough time, I think, here trying to explain to people that the Fed is hawkish, but is going to be expanding the balance sheet, right? I mean, it's just, I think it's going to be a tough narrative for him to do.
It's not QE, right?
Right, not QE, right? Exactly.
It's not QE, so that's going to be tricky. I will look forward to somebody pressing him on that.
Russell 2000's at new all-time highs right now.
Oh. Wow. Yeah. Well, the small caps are going to dig lower interest rates no matter what. But look at this guy go. Wow.
Yep. Woo.
Yeah, we're pressing higher. So, yeah, I agree with Craig. It's going to be hard for Powell to slap anything on this pig other than lipstick, I guess. So.
Interesting that NASDAQ is the weakest of all of the indexes right now.
let's stick with the Russell for a second. I mean, this is a pretty big breakout to the upside here. I mean, we've been teasing this Jax 3 level at 2540 all morning long, and then boom, we're above call resistance, which is 2550, and then we have targets on the upside still. And Blake, you mentioned was an all-time high. Did you mention?
It is. At least it was on the IWM. Maybe let me double check that. So
futures aren't quite there yet.
Shy.
Yeah, we're
just shy. 2566 was the
maybe of the futures. Yeah, you guys look at futures. I was just looking at the some of the ETFs and stuff and the indexes. So
yeah, we're almost there. We're only 10 points away, 15 points away.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, and you look at, I tend to look at currencies to confirm everything that I'm doing because obviously that's where the big money's at. I mean, the Canadian dollar is on its highs of the day. The Kiwi is about ready to break out at 38% retracement. The Aussie dollar has been nonstop beating the hell out of anybody who's been short the last 2 weeks, and it's about ready to take them to the woodshed. And you got the euro that's perky. You got sterling that, following the UK budget, everybody thought that sterling was going to get killed. It's not. It's actually going the other direction. So the dollar's really taken some heat here across the board, across the whole FX spectrum, if you will.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Japanese yen, but before we get there, Tracy mentioned Nazi's the least happy. Well, I'll put it the least happy stock index future. Let me go to an intraday chart. Well, we're still trying to press up to the London initial balance high, which was something, but it looks like sellers rejected that idea outright just now. So, my guess, my experience has been a lot of times the equity markets will hover around the point of control. You whiplash, I guess you would say, in this half an hour waiting for Powell, and then you really get jiggy when Powell starts talking, because one sentence could set something off to the upside, could set something off to the downside, and then he reverses it the next comment. So there's going to be some intraday volatility in the equity markets, regardless of where we end up at the end of the day, I think.
I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, people are just looking for reasons not like give me a reason not to be buying stocks, going into year end. We're in window dressing season. Liquidity is going to start to get poor, and asset managers are like, look, I'm underperforming right now, and I'm not up to 20% on the year.
Yeah.
So I've got to start pressing some buttons soon. So if I don't have any good excuse not to be in after today, I'm going to be in. That's where I think you're going to start seeing the FOMO trade take hold as we go into year end. Again, if you're not keeping up with the benchmark, S&P, you're going to be chasing.
So you're saying money's going to flow into the equity market because of that?
I believe so. If Powell doesn't give us any reason not to be on the long side of this market, you're going to start to see end of year flows going only in one direction, and that's pointing to Santa Claus and his rally, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why, the last Bitcoin washout that we saw, we really haven't seen institutional investors come back in because it's the end of the year. What are they going to do? They're down. It's down on the year. They're not going to be, chasing it for, a hope up. That's probably a story for next year. Whereas equity markets are up, they can chase that.
Yeah, I mean, I just toggled over to the E-mini S&P and hang on one second. This VWAP really kind of tells the story. I mean, ever since that 11 o'clock hour, we've been trading above that VWAP, which wasn't really arcing up too much until just now, telling me that there was, buyers were kind of in charge at this point, and right now they certainly still are. So we'll see if that continues. Sorry, I cut someone off. Was it you, Craig?
Yeah, what I was just kind of trying to go through everything here and reflect on, not use the price action to dictate my opinion, but actually look at what was said or was attempted to be said. And so if I think about the dots moving down to 3, well, first off, for 2025, there were 6 people of the 18 who did not want a rate cut. That's a lot. As far as 2026 is concerned, the median dot has moved to 3.4. Market is down at 3.1, so a little bit more, let's say, hawkish than what was priced. And they've included this phrase of extent and timing back into the forward-looking statement, which was what they did back in December of last year, which was indicative of the pause. That was the last rate cut that the Fed did, during that cycle. So I think Powell's going to come out and, kind of give a little bit more of a hawkish tone to his press conference. Really, the thing that's most dovish is this idea that's been floated about the balance sheet, and kind of go digging into the details there. Really, what they're talking about is $40 billion a month of purchases, kind of for December through March, and then starting in April to see that come down. So they're talking about providing this liquidity kind of through year end and maybe through the first quarter to alleviate some stress in reserves. But don't anticipate this being something that's going to be with us forever. Now, the market will do what it will always do when it sees that kind of liquidity. But I think as Powell tries to navigate the puts and takes of this meeting, my sense is he's going to err more on the side of trying to tell the market that easing is probably finished for now, unless the labor market really starts to significantly deteriorate. We'll get some more data on that next week and in the coming months. But based on what I'm seeing here, I think January odds are not very good for a cut now.
I love Craig's very balanced approach and actually reading through everything and versus price action. But at the same time, the market was already really thinking that the Fed's not going to be cutting rates January and February the first two meetings of the year. So isn't that kind of in line with what you're saying, Craig? I mean, that's already what the market's thinking.
Yeah, look, I think that then the question becomes, well, what's the strength of the economy? What does the inflation outlook look like? What does the actually look like? And we'll get another read of that next week. But you're right. I mean, the market is going to say the Fed's our friend. They're providing liquidity. And the next incremental rate cut is really not a big deal. But if Powell is more hawkish and kind of really signals that the bar now is very high for them to cut again, they'd have to see, some numerical thing or, a consistency of consecutive labor reports that are poor. That would shake the tree here. But you're right. I mean, it's December. People are going to see that liquidity. It's really hard for him to say that when they're adding liquidity again, that it's not green light, game on, risk on again.
Sure. We have markets pricing in 30% chance or so of June, and 50 September, and over 50 for December 2026. So basically markets are looking for, or traders are looking for, two more Fed cuts in 2026 right now from what they've seen so far.
But that's pushing it way back, right, Tracy?
So yeah, I mean, I think everybody thinks that we're going to get a new Fed chair, and that June meeting they're going to cut 100 basis points if it has it. But I don't think markets really believe that's going to happen. But I think that's what people are assuming. But I don't think traders trading these markets necessarily think that's going to happen.
There's a new sheriff in town. Oh my gosh! Any data on any changes in the future projections for GDP? Out of curiosity,
I haven't seen. I got to look for the GDP one. I do know that they're looking for a modest tick down in the unemployment rate for next year, and they're assuming a core PCE will end next year down at 2.5%. I don't know how I got to look at the distribution of that, but. That would be consistent with why there are some that feel that the Fed should be cutting next year as inflation falls again. I think that the issue that they'll face is that the near-term drivers of inflation are likely higher first.
Well, particularly when you have an administration that is focused, has said, we are ready to provide more fiscal stimulus right now. Going into 2026, they are looking to provide stimulus to the market. So that is going to also be an issue for the Fed, because obviously the administration is looking at midterms, right? That's why they're talking about tariff checks, and they're talking about more fiscal stimulus in 2026, and why we see a little bit of backtracking on some of these tariffs, particularly like food-related tariffs, because they're trying to bring down costs for consumers, because that is a big concern for consumers. They're not buying the fact that the government is telling them that prices are down when they're not. So I think this is all going to be a huge factor in the inflation equation next year for certain.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, just looking at the dots, they've actually upgraded their assessment of GDP from 1.8% for next year to 2.3%, and from 2027 from 1.9 to 2. The unemployment rate stays flat at 4.4 versus the prior projection, and core PCE has gone from 2.6 to 2.5, right? So they're keeping unemployment flat. They're ticking down their estimate of core PCE. Their expectations for growth are higher, and they're still going to be cutting rates next year. So I think that's a back. Oh, the median person wants to still cut rates next year.
So you're raising GDP estimates, and you're cutting rates, and you're adding a little bit of QE. That's just running this economy hot. And
you have an administration that wants to run it hot as well on the fiscal side. This is going to be a problem. Just throwing that out there so nobody's taken by surprise next year.
Right. So I want to ask you guys, what do you think? How important do you think the jobs report is next week? I mean, obviously looking back at November's data, what do you guys think?
I'll jump in here. I think the data is going to be horrible. I was about to say a bad word, but I won't. But
you can't say that the data is going to be shitty. On
nobody has a sailor mouth around here.
Nobody. Be a big crap show because you're going to get, you're going to have like half-assed October data, right? Because nobody was around to collect the information, and all they do is relying on companies to, go into the computer system and give them the information, which whether people did or didn't while the government was out is, I think it's questionable. You also don't, the survey data they take literally and tells people going door to door, calling people and saying, taking a survey. It's a literal actual physical survey. They weren't able to do that. So I think that data is going to be completely trash, and it's going to be mixed in with November data. So I think this whole report is not, I anticipate it to be terrible, and I think you'll see so many revisions on this particular upcoming report in the months ahead.
So really, when does the data finally get normalized? We got to wait till February or March, April?
Well, I think December data, I would think is probably good. So, when we start getting December data in January, that's probably, I think, reasonable to think that data is at least back to normal. If you believe the BLS to begin with, which, just saying, I think it's questionable.
All right, we're wrapping. We're winding down. Let's get some last thoughts from everybody. Let's start with you, Blake. What's your last minute thoughts here?
Well, last minute thoughts are I'd like to see how the dollar reacts post Powell's press conference. He as obviously has to go out and do some explaining about these purchases. I'm just looking around on FinTwit, and everybody's circling around the QE wagon right now. So the dollar is of course the dollar is just kind of sitting a little weak, but not in complete breakdown territory. So it's kind of mirroring exactly what you're seeing, or the inverse of what you're seeing with equities, like the S&P's a little hesitant from going up, and I think to get follow through, you're gonna have to have a Powell that is not pushing back from a hawkish standpoint, which Craig was talking about a little bit earlier, that he very well could put the kibosh on everything that we've seen thus far.
All right, Craig.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be sensitive to this notion that what they're doing with the T-bill purchases is not really adding liquidity; it's financial plumbing, and I think he's going to push back against this idea that this is money printing and that this is a reason to get constructive on risk. I think he's going to try. He's going to try whether the market believes him or not. We'll see. But with respect to the other part, the rates part, I think adding this extent and timing paragraph statement back to the paragraph and the 6 votes that we got to not cut, or the 6 members who didn't want to cut today, plus the median dot only going down 1 for next year, I think is more hawkish than not. What it is a hawkish cut. Whether or not was priced entirely by the equity market, we'll see. I think the equity market was probably looking for more easing on rates. They didn't get it. They did get it on T-bills. So I don't know. Maybe it's 6 and 1, half dozen of the other. We'll see.
All right, Tracy.
Yeah, I just think Powell's, just quickly, I think Powell, whatever Powell says, it's going to, he's going to have to walk a tight rope and, say things that are not too hawkish, not too dovish. I definitely agree with Craig. He's going to downplay this T-bill purchases no matter what. But, again, I don't, everybody's, QE, just exploded on Twitter. So I think, everybody's going to interpret that as QE. And so we'll have to see, I think for right now, if you're trying to trade this, just be careful while Powell's speaking, and that usually lasts about 45 minutes.
Awesome. Well, great panel. I appreciate you guys. Blake, good seeing you. I'll talk to you Friday for sure. Can't wait. Craig, talk to you tomorrow. And then Tracy, I'll talk to you later today. Thank you guys for everything. It was great.
Sounds good.
Thank you, guys.
All right. It is time to go to a quick edge report. All right, we showed most of these charts already just now, so we're going to do this kind of quickly here, and then we're going to get to our main event. Remember, we have Nick for a tick and XYZ. They're going to be here trading the close with what we expect to be a super volatile period here. I mean, we're talking Jay Powell press conference. There's going to be some, a statement. There's going to be a speech, and then there's going to be some Q&As that some of them are going to be friendly and some of them are not going to be friendly. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P. We'll just kind of look at an intraday chart really quick on some of the indices. We wicked all the way up to that JAX 2 level at 68.75. This is super typical when you have this kind of 2 o'clock report, and then you got that one. It's kind of like a dead zone right now where anything could happen, right? We're waiting for more information. We're right back down below the London initial balance high after all of that right now. So trading pretty close to the top of the value area on the session volume profile. And then the point of controls is not out of reach right now. It's at 48. So we're I don't know, 7-8 points away from that. That VWAP, though, is key for me. I want to see where we are with this session VWAP. I have a 30-minute chart, so it's going to look a little different on a 10-minute chart. But you can see from this point of view here, pretty much from lunchtime forward, buyers are trying to stay in charge by pushing us up off of that VWAP every chance it gets. Now, right now, we're right at it, but we do have a big slope up because of that big wick right there. It's kind of skewed to the upside right now, but VWAP for me is going to be important going forward here. JAX 1 is right there as well at 60, what are we at, 66.50. Taking a peek at the NASI, since we're probably going to be doing some index futures trading later on this afternoon, let's take a peek real quick. A beautiful volume profile. I mean, this is a picture-perfect volume profile. There's no weird volume nodes anywhere on this profile. We're right at the point of control, session point of control. This is kind of interesting, and it's right where the VWAP is, and it's right where that 9 EMA is. There's definitely price happiness right there for now. So again, we'll see what happens once Powell starts talking, but right now, that's going to act like a magnet for this market until it's not, which means until we kind of break out maybe this swing high up here, that's a 780. We're way below the London initial balance, and we haven't spent a lot of time above or below the U.S. initial balance on this chart. But anything's possible, though. I love the volume profile on this. It's looking pretty good. Other markets, if the dollar hasn't changed much, it's pretty much, you can see my green percentages here on the dollar currency portion of the quote board here. Swissy, Euro, Canadian dollar, Aussie dollar, British pound, Japanese yen, all positive, all small green, but not by a huge percentage. So it's kind of holding in there. The cryptos are a mixed bag. We have, Ether up 1.45%. Everything else is down. The Bitcoin is down 0.72%. We'll see if this kind of gets a little bit of a bump up with risk back on or not later on today. But we're at that 92,000 level. We've seen that time and time again over the last several days. Kind of going down here to the treasuries. The bonds have given a lot back. We were at 115.20 a second ago. Now we're down to 115.07. So it's not believing the narrative. It's not happy. It is heading downward right now. We're below that session VWAP on the Treasury bond, so I'm a little bit worried about that. Crude holding its own. It's up a little bit today. And then the metals are mixed. Dr. Copper's up. Everything else is down on the metals. So that's where we're at right now. FOMC special. And it is that time, folks. We are ready. That's today's Edge Report. We are ready to trade the close with Nick and XYZ. Hey, guys.
Hey, Jim.
Hi again.
Howdy.
You ready to go?
Always.
I'm ready to go. It's
I'm ready to go as long as the tie is not
FOMC. The one time it moves more than 15 points.
Wait, say that again, XYZ.
The one time that it moves more than 15 points.
Oh, you mean at the close?
Just at all. We've been stuck in 50-point ranges for our afternoon streams.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, no, I expect some fireworks here. I mean, I expect volatility. Who knows where we're going to end at the end of the day, but I don't know. What do you think, Nick?
I mean, it really just depends on Powell and his presser. I mean, he comes out with a red tie. Who knows how the markets may react? No, honestly, I think we've been in such a range-bound market. I think it'll take a little bit of time for it to digest, but doesn't mean that the presser's not going to give us some wild volatility in terms of how the algos respond to his tone, his demeanor as he's responding to some of our lovely financial journalist questions. So, I mean, all bets are off. I have, with us kind of still being range bound, when we do finally break it, whether it be tomorrow or next week, I mean, next week's rollover too, so who knows? But I just scalped this short off the previous day high and was trying to get out before Powell actually stepped up to the microphone. So I did just cover that for about 50 points.
Oh, good. All right. Awesome. By the way, Cooper said this is going to be a low vol, the lowest vol presser. I don't know. I have high hopes for some volatility here this afternoon, but we'll find out.
We'll find out. He's fed up with Nick and I being on the show at the same time.
Yep. This has become a nice little tradition here on NT Live for Trade the Close during FOMC day when XY and I tried to somehow scrape together some pennies in front of a steamroller. Right? I think it has been since we started this, to be honest.
It's fun because I haven't gotten got yet.
Yeah, I really haven't had a bad one. I've had a couple I just didn't really press a button, but let's see what happens here today.
So a couple of fun facts from our friends at Edgeful. On FOMC day, looking back throughout the calendar year 2025, the S&P's performance has been up 0.47%, and the Nasdaq's been up 0.40%, and that's based on every meeting that we've had this year. That's the performance of this index.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm bullish here. I'm just.
No, I got it. If he's wearing a tie, we buy. If he's wearing a red tie, we double buy. It's easy. I got it.
The tie has to be purple, though. He can't be unexpected to the market. If he comes out with a different color tie, then probably what is the 99.9% odds on Polymarket that it's going to be purple. The day he doesn't do that is the day we probably have a limit down day on FOMC.
Well, yeah, if it's purple, chat has to buy too, or we're all cooked.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it's purple.
Tracy will be in the chat posting highlights from the speech. I know it's going to start any minute. He's probably walking out there right now, getting his tie. We probably know the color of the tie right now, actually. So, and on that note, when I come back at the end, remind me to ask you guys about, we got to keep talking about ties and how these panels at NFL games, these pretty wealthy ex-players, wear the worst ties you've ever seen.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
They absolutely do.
We got to talk about that. But that event, we'll focus on that later. In the meantime, you guys, I'm going to tip into the chat. Wish you the best of luck today, trading the close on this historic FOMC, at least the most historic FOMC until the next FOMC. So good luck. Correct.
Yeah, not only do the ties suck, the suits suck 90% of the time.
Some of them just need a good stylist.
It's just like, yeah, this isn't the 60s anymore. It's not the 70s. The tie is giving real 70s, 60s vibes, you know?
I
Pick
learned
up a newspaper on your front yard.
Yeah. I learned shopping for my wedding tie because I had almost a midnight forest green suit on my wedding, and finding the right shade of green tie to kind of go with that with like a white shirt was a long process. But I found a perfect one. It just took a lot of different stores and places to go.
A lot of trial and error.
Yeah. But we are just ripping to the upside here. I'll wait for Tracy to continue to
Jim said, rip off your sell button.
Yeah, I'm glad I covered that.
Well, you were long?
No, I was short off kind of the third rejection of the previous day high. But my thesis was not for anything that had to do with the second Powell opens his mouth. So I was just aggressively trailing that inside of the 5-minute OR there, kind of around the overnight VWAP as well, and was happily ready to cover if we got above it. But here we go. It's super illiquid. My DOM is freezing currently. There it goes.
It's a ghost town on the book, so as usual, wait and see. Risks are tilted against the Fed's twin goals. Challenging situation. Well, we've got the our own in-house Bloomberg terminal on full auto today.
These go to 11.
Yes, the DOM is thin. I mean, oddly enough, usually it's thinner. There are like a bunch of holes in price, but it's super thin, but there's still no holes in price.
I mean, Godspeed to anyone trading this currently?
No one's trading this. You would be gambling this. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how you really do it, but we'll see. What are your positions? No positions currently. I got short around that same like 730s area that we kind of have been reoffering from like all week. So I decided to just take a stab there. The week open, everything's kind of sitting just a little bit higher than that. But, like I said, this was post rate decision pre-Powell. So this thesis, as soon as he was getting close to getting in front of the microphone, I was covering that trade for that exact reason. You just never know how it's going to react.
NQ gifted me a very nice morning, so I want to do my best not to give it a chance to take it back. You know how toxic it is.
Yeah, I know. We got to start trading silver.
Come New Year. You won't see NQ on our charts anymore.
It's going to be
toxic. Nobody talked to her.
She is. But it's going to become let's trade silver and micro Bitcoin, apparently.
Oh, the
micro Bitcoin.
I mean, dude, if it's liquid enough, order flow must be pretty decent then.
Cooper, you want us to trade the Rusty? I mean, I can, but I am only mentally allowed to short it. So
every time he pulls up the RTY chart, his buy button, he can't find it anymore. It just disappears automatically.
I will delete it, and you will only find like sell support and resistance levels. Like all you're going to see on my chart is just me marking sell. Sell here.
It's all resistance levels.
Yes, it's nothing. No support. It's just resistance, and support
on the
is
way
0.
down. It's new resistance levels.
There is support eventually at 0. when does the craziness of the report die? It really doesn't until he steps away from the microphone, because he's giving his statement, I believe, right now, and then he'll get a plethora of questions that can go just about anywhere. So until he's done talking, it's usually pretty illiquid, and then usually until the close, it's still somewhat illiquid. And the market gets to digest this for the next couple days, and then maybe next week we finally do get the
continuation move out of this range that we're kind of sitting in. Do we decide if we're going to make a new all-time high, or potentially head back to the prices to not be mentioned that we are never going to see again, that are generational down there at the one?
We're not going there. You had your chance. Nick was the last one. Someone said easy 10K today. Let me hold some, man.
Nick, I like your idea of not trading for the rest of the year. I mean, I'm still trading. I just am definitely winding it down. Like, I was in a one lot here on that short. I'm just kind of, if it makes sense and there's an opportunity and I'm at my desk, I'm just not sitting at my desk all day. It's kind of been my plan for the rest of December. Been working on a few personal projects, other things I've been doing around the house. Back to working out super early too, which is nice.
We have Oracle earnings today?
We have Oracle earnings after the bell.
Hmm.
So let's see what the Vampire of Silicon Valley has to say. I was going to say the Vampire of Wall Street, but that didn't make sense. Here we go again. Is Oracle the most levered company out there? That's a good question. Not often you see too many credit default swaps on a company of that size, but I don't know.
For now.
Yeah, the potentially the most levered one for now.
Yeah, as always, someone's got to be the first to make new records.
That dang 5-minute opening range mid still needs to be deleted.
That's what this is right now?
Yeah.
So, Gold, where are you going?
Yeah, I found it interesting that I think we had 7 Fed members pencil in no cuts in 2026.
Order filled.
If I was reading that right.
Well positioned to wait on market.
Yeah, I did say that. 7 Fed officials penciled in no rate cuts for 2026, which is interesting. I wouldn't have even had that bet myself. Penciled in, not penned in. You can use the eraser. Yes, I guess that's true.
Just back with an opening range. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
just waiting for him to stop talking, and maybe the book will come alive again.
How thin is the S? Oh, 10s and 20s. That's always nice to see.
Yeah, ES is thin. I'm just looking at my footprint, and it's
10,
just
20,
tiny.
15. I mean, yeah, we're whipsawing like 4 points at a time.
It's
in
tiny.
ES. ES is looking like NQ on the DOM right now. I don't know if it's the volatility you've been promised, Cooper. It might be the illiquidity that I was promised. Let's see.
Look at this profile. What the hell?
I know. It's pretty wild and screams pre-FOMC. Did you trade this morning? You said you did?
I did. I had the midday market stream.
Oh yeah.
That went very well. So I'm sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, I really didn't do much today. Sticking to my guns.
So, chat, who's been trading this?
Yeah, it's a safe space.
Who's been spinning this roulette wheel?
Show of hands. As I said, this is a safe environment.
Be honest.
No one will shame you here.
How many R do I average a week? I have no idea. I'm being honest. I have no idea. I just hop on day in, day out, do what I'm supposed to do, try not to do what I'm not supposed to do, and the outcome tends to be income. I'm happy with it. So yeah, I'm not sure on like the R factor, stuff like that. I really try my best not to be hung up on outcomes. It keeps me in line, honestly. Trading here, easy money. Wow.
I don't know if I could describe.
Chris has made 47 trades in the last 3 seconds.
Little did you know, Chris is the algo.
Literally, yeah. His keyboard's broken now. He needs a new keyboard. Button got worn out.
You got any good FOMC stories while we're waiting to see what happens next? Last December, during the, when Powell decided to steal Christmas from us all, I happened to be well-timed positioned for a bit of a sell. So I had a good day and then proceeded to give it all back shortly thereafter because we started just immediately moving against it. So I covered like half of that trade the second he started talking, and we were already down like 2%. But then the next day and after hours and things, it just eventually hit me in the butt for not just covering the whole trade, which is a good thesis for the how shorting this entire year has really gone. If you get in the move quickly or immediately of, let's call it a max of 2%, you should probably just exit and reevaluate.
Yeah, 2% is not bad.
It's pretty decent. The crazy part is we have no idea, even right now, we have no idea
How this 1 hour candle's going to end up, because it goes from, oh, this is so bullish, to wow, this is so bearish. It's a we are so back and we are so cooked candle.
I haven't even looked at the hour. What are we doing?
Oh, that's the 4 hour. The 4 hour looks like the most indecision since Thanksgiving.
The daily too, yeah. I'm looking at the daily. It's just the body is tiny and the wicks both sides are large.
And this initial reaction, I guess, from whatever Powell's statement is and the dot plot and all the other things, does not scream we're going to immediately leave the balance.
Order filled
right now, which is annoying. I don't know what it's going to take. But this balance is exactly, I think, why I've been screaming, at least on my side, like I don't want to continue to trade as actively and during this time of the year. Like this is sometimes what you get. That type of consolidation that you can just drive yourself insane, as well as give a lot of gains back.
Order filled.
Trying to trade that type of consolidation.
What's the most you ever lost or made on FOMC? I can't tell you what the most I've made is because I don't really know. But I can tell you what the most I've ever lost is, and that's 14K. It was like a little over 14K earlier on in my trading days, and that account didn't last too long after.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's in my personal, like it's probably somewhere in the five figures when
it's
did something stupid when I was first starting out. But
it was my first ever for FOMC. And you say like, oh, I'm never trading FOMC again. And like no one ever really sticks to it.
Yeah. I've blown, countless probably funded prop accounts because that's what I would normally if I'm going to trade something on FOMC, like that's what I'll trade.
A graveyard full of them.
Yeah, and just hope for the best that you're on the right side of a move, or you don't get smacked with a drawdown out of nowhere. So, that's what I would always recommend if you're going to really actively put money at risk on this type of afternoon. I would hope it's in a sim funded prop account and not your personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not worth it, guys. But yeah, I've hundreds probably that I've lost over the last few years trying to trade FOMC different months with prop accounts.
I know nothing's got me beat. 18,000 on February 8th, 2020 between 2:35 and 2:47 p.m. He's got me beat.
Well,
I was newer then.
That's
maybe
pre-COVID.
If I had more like false confidence under my belt, I'd probably do something like that. Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, it was. I get really. I dial in on losses a lot more than like gains. So I don't know what my biggest FOMC would be. But I can't imagine that it's like something crazy because I try not to do anything crazy on FOMC. So I don't think it's probably in line with the biggest loss in FOMC. And that would only be if I'm already sitting in something. Because otherwise, I don't really have a scenario that I would be in where I can make tons off FOMC. It would just be like scalps that occur fast. And if I'm in line with the market, then cool.
Are you crazy for trading the extremes here? First time FOMC? You're not crazy if you're going to do something like that with how this volume profile looks on the session. Like it's not the worst idea if you really are going to sit here and trade it. It's just to play the edges. But be careful the second it starts to creep above or below.
Yeah, if you guys are giving yourself an R multiple or any risk value that makes sense, then it's just like it could be like any other trade, honestly. Cut it when it's not working. And if it does work, then you get paid more than your risk and it's all good. Now it's going to barcode for an hour. It really could if they don't really choose a side here.
Yeah. Look at the
book is just still super thin right now.
Yeah, look at the weekly volume profile.
I know.
What a mess. Should be a daily 4 hour.
Look at gold. Just.
I told you, man. Gotta start trading silver. Gold is just about to become toxic. The new toy is going to be silver.
Yeah.
We're going to just ride it all the way to 70 or something, 71. 100. I don't know. I have no idea extensions at this point or how much it can typically move, but.
Look at the overlapping POCs on this thing. Jeez. Just in this range.
Mm-hmm. And we should just start a campaign that we're gonna make silver happen. Like we're just gonna make it the new
trading silver,
precious metal that is everyone's favorite. So we can start pumping some liquidity into it.
It's just us in chat trading against each other on the silver book.
So it's a little more so there's a lot more volume on it, and liquidity that allows us to actually trade it and not be scared out of our minds pressing a button.
It's like our own little arena. It's just us in chat. It's us in chat trading against each other on the silver book.
How far is ES from the all-time high? Ah, okay.
Good question.
So,
I don't have high time frame ES up.
it's like 60 points away.
That close.
Yeah, we're really not far. Just a decent up day. I think NQ's got more work to do. Yeah.
We think job gains overstated by 60K. Okay.
Gotta scrunch my screen
All
again.
right, so liquidity is actually slowly coming back on the book. But he's still talking on.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Are there any specific time frames that you are always watching in unison with one another? I mean, I tend to always have eyes on, a longer time frame as well, just to have context of where we're trading. And it doesn't need to be like all like next to, let's say, my 500 volume NQ chart, but you need to have context. I feel like where we are trading on a 1 hour, 4 hour, 30 minute, whatever it is, if you're day trading.
There's quite a bit of sell coming in that's not getting what they want.
The next area is that like 890s to 860s.
I think this thing is going to just rocket up. There's a lot of unrewarded selling coming in right now on the tape.
Oh, sellers dropping the ball?
I think so. Tale as old as time.
I mean, yeah, just send it at this point, guys.
Yeah, there's some stuck selling now, which gives us a lot of information.
I mean, we just rebid right off the overnight low and took off a dang 5-minute aura mid, all of it.
Still selling.
Apparently, I was the last seller to be rewarded.
I'm adding more favorite traces. Okay, well, someone is long. Chat is long.
I mean, yes.
Was there not the VWAP trade? Yeah, but this is a different environment. In a news-based environment like this, I don't care what level or squiggly line price is running towards. I don't know that order flow would even care if the book is super thin. It doesn't give me any reference. Yeah, so, yeah.
And it can change on a dime, too.
Yeah.
Based on whatever he says in the moment.
Hey, I just realized we got matching hats.
Are you wearing the NC Live one?
Yeah.
I assumed you were wearing your Dodgers hat or something.
It's a special day. I don't have a Dodgers hat. I have an LA hat.
Same. Yeah, and chat, while we're hanging here, still waiting for Pal to tell us our long-lasting fate in this world, make sure you have hit, like, and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. For all 700 plus people that are in here, I would hope we're going to have at least 700 likes. So we can tell Leo that it was not a fluke and we were not.
Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, man. Haters will say it was fake.
Click farmed, whatever we would call it. Haters will say
Stop filled.
It's not real and it's in my mind.
Haters going to hate, man. Bradley, I appreciate that. Thank you for your efforts.
They just don't want to see us succeed.
Order filled.
Now I'm just sitting here like, could I? I mean, I could have bought those 780s. I really could have, but no. Book is thinning out again.
How high can we go?
Gold went from all the way down to just the most bullish candle ever.
Oh, wow. Yeah, gold was just so over. Now it's so back.
Tap the downside. I was like, yeah, nope. You thought, yeah, they are so back.
Yeah, someone just puked 200 lot down there, and oops.
Fat finger. It happens. There is definitely willing bid up here in the 800s. If they can trade under this, I wonder what it would cost.
Order filled. Order filled.
There's still a lot of sellers trying to initiate up here. Who's going to win, chat? Gold heard me talking about silver.
Order filled.
That's very true. She got jealous and decided to absolutely rip.
I love gold.
You know, the hard part too is even with the order flow we're seeing, it's like, yeah, you could long those 780s, 790s because that's where the selling keeps coming in and getting busted. It's like all the way up here on a high time frame. You're just hoping for a high time frame break, which is it's tough. The high time frame location in the market that FOMC is giving us to work with is just really dicey. So it's going to be extra difficult. Yeah, like they're catching that same bid in this area, but to long this means you're longing this. Tough. Lots to consider. What are the red boxes? Oh, it's just these zones right here.
Proprietary.
Supply zones, pretty much, resistance, whatever you want to call it. That would be these. Nothing fancy.
Question got ran over. Just asking what made you choose to trade NQ over ES when you're finding your trading style.
Order filled.
I think it's similar to a lot of people probably. So obviously I started with ES for a good while.
Order
And
filled.
people just started trading NQ when I discovered OFL. I was like, well, everyone's trading NQ, it looks like. And I was like, well, let's give it a shot. And when I started it, I had better results very quickly because things happened more often in NQ and it provided good enough range to see your idea play out to take profits. And I think it alleviated a lot of like having to be so patient and sit in trades and wait for trades or setups in ES that it just ended up working better for me. So not having, I always assumed that it was because I didn't have to be as patient. And while ES is trying to play out a certain idea, by the time it plays out, NQ has played it out multiple times. And that just worked better for me, I think, especially as a scalper. So I just never looked back unless I was trading both. So I would only trade both or just NQ because of that. And I just found my footing in NQ at some point and got used to it. But yeah, it was ES first, with order flow, with the DOM, it was always ES. And with NQ, it took some time to get acquainted with the order flow, with the DOM at some point. And I was just like, I should compress this thing. And the order flow read, just, I guess, read more true in a lack of words way to say it, lack of a better word. It was more, I don't know, readable, executable, because uncompressed on the DOM, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I look at the bid ask, and if it's not compressed, it's really thin, and I can't make much of it. So that's how I ended up on NQ. Yeah.
It's funny. We ripped like 200 points on NQ and 50 points on ES, and it really doesn't feel like that.
6900 ES is there's a bit of a wall. Yeah. Rod is done for the day. Target hit.
Nice.
150 ES points. No, 65. Oops. 55. Well done. Oh, the stat. Makes a new high in M period, or makes a new high in power hour. It will likely make one in M period. But I don't know if, FOMC is, or data
Yeah, how much
events
that skews that
would play
statistic.
much. Yeah. It's really hard to do anything with this at this location too. They finally give us some movement on the stream, but they do it in a place where we're just like locked out of being able to do much. They hate us, don't they? Gold. Just turned right around and went
She just
complete other
ripped.
direction.
And Q is building.
I mean, like everything's ripping. Oil's ripping too.
Gamma? Is Gamma in the room with us?
Oh, I don't know.
So the Gamma is in the room with us? I don't know. All I know is, guys, still haven't seen those 140s. Generational. My thumbs up button is glitching, keeps going from 239 to 240.
I guess someone else needs to hit the thumbs up button then, so
Yeah,
we
please.
stop
Hit the
whatever
like to fix
shenanigans
it.
that is.
It's like, have you tried turning it off and turning it on?
Yep. Hit refresh. I'm very curious if we're going to pop up to those like 890s.
Yeah, they're spending some time up here. And they're holding the selling, but they're not exactly poking higher just yet.
Order filled. Order filled.
20, what is that? 25,850. So Gamma is in the room with us at 25,850. Yeah, they're struggling
yes.
to make another high.
Apparently, Gamma is in the room with us.
The Gamma is always out there.
Gamma is invading your personal space. I mean, it sometimes they'll do that. But if you don't believe in it, it can't hurt you.
I'm going to put on one lot here.
Long? Oh, no, you're short.
I am short. Yeah, I'm going to put on one.
I was going to say, you're longing. Now you're going to get long?
I know.
It didn't seem like your trade would be like something.
It's like I'm just sitting here talking about how they're failing to make another high. And this is the time.
Yeah, like now I can't really define any risk to the downside, but I'm going to long this for the breakout.
Yeah, I want to see what they do with this. Looks like it's a no. Sweep prior week's high, then tank. Yeah, we'll see. We were watching some selling. They just didn't really get what they wanted. Yeah, that long. If I would have went long there with no stop, I'd make money. Sure. Don't FOMO, bro. That wasn't long.
Yeah, we're probably just going to hit previous week high, aren't we? I mean, ES is right there too, so. And that would probably equate to us hitting what is likely another Gamma in the room with us at 6,900.
Wow, look at gold.
I mean, this is what I get, guys. If I didn't start talking about silver being a hot new toy for all of us to play with next year, gold would have definitely just continued to consolidate, as XY was talking about, that it's been stuck between like the 250s and 200s or 270s.
We're just slowly finding out what Nick's special powers are.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna take a bit of time, some R&D.
I mean, since Thanksgiving, much like indices have been stuck range bound, we basically have just been ping-ponging like a 50-point range for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Isn't that fun?
We hear a lot about. So he's still talking, huh?
So from their contacts, so their contacts is just the upper part of that K, I would imagine, because they're not talking to the average person.
Nope.
Because they have no idea.
Nick, the signal for a tick. Yeah, he's the signal now. We just got to find out how to calibrate the signal. But it's definite. There's something there. Housing market faces some really significant challenges.
Come on, just punch the previous week high at this point. Don't reoffer here. Gold is still moving.
Fiber, Nick's got multiple signals. That much we've learned. We just saw it with gold.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do some R&D.
I have the jealous ex-girlfriend signal right there.
What does silver have that I don't? Watch this.
Yeah. The classic hold my beer maneuver by gold right there.
Silver is ripping first. Well, they got to compete for Nick's attention. It's just how it is.
Oh yeah, silver also, to quote Farm, just a straight piss missile to the upside.
All right, well, what the hell is this? He must be saying something interesting here. They've just tried to stuff an offer in the book, and, well, we are seeing what's happening to it right now.
The bid is always out there.
This is sad. Why is it sad?
Everybody just get out and push so we can apparently tag the previous week high here.
Seems like the book is back. So maybe he's done speaking. PA so slow. Yeah, I mean, you got to chew through a lot of supply, and that's what they're doing. It is, we've seen this offer so many times. There's going to be a bit that the buyer's going to have to chew through. Generally how like trend days up are, right? It's always slow, really shallow because there's just so much they got to chew through, and they do. In a falling market, there's not as much to chew through because bids are actually being pulled and turning into sell. So
what do you mean by book is back?
Book is back. It's just more liquidity on the book at each price.
There's actual volume like on the buy and sell on both sides.
Yeah, more volume in between so that, if you want to go down, it's not like you fill 2 lots and now price is just moving like earlier. Now you've got to fill like maybe 20, 25, 30. More participation.
Yeah.
Books are back. Everyone reading these days. Cooper's fucking funny, man.
Nick switched his hat to
sponsored by, whatever book company.
I don't even know any book companies. I actually bought like 5 books.
What's the one that all the schools use? Like something Scholastic, something.
Oh, I don't know.
Scholastic. When you go to like the book fair.
Well, okay. I was about to say how we can be millennials here because we used to have book fairs. Does anyone know? What that is?
We're aging ourselves.
Yes.
So why don't you chat? Why don't you, while the market's slow, you can't do anything, go out and pick up rainbow fish. Where the wild things are, that we've got a good selection.
I read Rainbow Fish the other night.
Yeah, Rainbow Fish is the GOAT book. No one's going to convince me otherwise. There's also Goosebumps if you like some spooky stuff, right?
I read Madeline the other night, and I was like, this book is like weird. And it's like weirdly dark. And I'm like, why am I reading this to my 1-year-old?
Yeah, they
She like has appendicitis in the middle of it. I'm like, what is happening in this book?
They hit different when you get older.
Yeah. It was weird. I was like, literally, why are we talking about appendicitis in a children's book right now?
We've got some old people in the chat. We got some unks in the chat. Look at this, dude.
All right. NQ took out last week's high. Yes. Did it do it? Yes, it did. Yeah, previous
but
month
I'm not
high, though,
convinced.
just above it.
NQ's high is not convincing yet.
There's like
Seems
7
incomplete.
people up there.
Seems incomplete. ES has got three ticks, 0 print. I'm not sure if the market will ever go down again. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Well, we talked about it. Generational lows.
And actually, I think they just made it illegal to sell.
Wait, book fairs are still a thing? I guess I don't have any friends that have like older.
You don't have any
elementary school
friends
kids.
in the 4th grade.
Well, all my like friends that have kids, like everyone's still in the younger, like like kindergarten might be the oldest one at this point. I don't think I have any that are like have like 3rd graders that do the book fair and stuff.
Give a goose a muffin there. Well, I'm glad people in the chat know what we're talking about, so we're not like just 2 old dudes talking about back in my day.
My neighbor has a borrow book thing out front. Yeah, I have somebody in my neighborhood that does that. But that's kind of what we did. We asked for on like the registry, like in lieu of more random gifts and clothes, like bring your kids like favorite book or get us that. Like we did that for our baby registry.
Well, Josh is talking about just stealing them and turning them for a profit, so they definitely hate to see him coming. At some point, he's just going to start like a protection business where he extorts them for protection.
Are we really going to reoffer here? Like ES is going to take out last month's high? Like 4 points higher? I mean, I'm an idiot because I'm thinking of leaning my gut to bet with sellers actually finding some semblance of energy to try to push this market down when they just have been slapped in the face.
Just like flying upside.
Since 23,900 a couple weeks ago.
You know that Nicolas Cage meme where he's just like trying to time it?
Wait, which one is that?
I don't forget what that movie's called. But he's trying to time the go, and then people would just make a dub over where it's like your P&L, and he's just like, oh, not yet. My goodness, what a market.
No, I hate it.
Maybe we need to convince the market that it won't sell. Like they won't do it.
Pot pie does not have crust. That's a chicken pie. Pot pies have crust.
They do.
Otherwise, I don't know what it is. Just like a chicken chowder at that point because of the thickness.
Larry Pumpkin, I appreciate that. I'm glad I gave you value. You got egg roll.
Yeah,
every pot pie I've eaten had crust. I don't know.
There's a place in Corona del Mar in Southern California that actually makes one with like it's the texture of it, and it's amazing.
All right, man. Who's gonna do it, man? Who's gonna do it, chat?
Someone needs to do something here.
Who's gonna do it?
Yeah, I do need the Stewie sound effect of I hate it here. Cough, production.
I'm not a cook.
Pot pie is a Pennsylvanian Dutch food, no crust. Well, I'm doing the American version, man, dude. I guess. Because mine has crust.
What will the downside short target be? It's got to be at least, I don't know. If it does sell from here, it's got to test the 800s again, I would imagine. Not to say I'm actually looking to short this thing.
If we really did sell, it probably goes back to like the 730s.
730s to retest that would be reasonable.
Or the
we
week
do
open
have that
maybe
batch of
a
stuck
little bit above it.
shorts around 790s. So if they go through that, there's not much else before like 730s, 740s. So we'll see.
Well, there's a lovely poll. Wow, I didn't read the fourth option until just now. What will ES and NQ do into the close? Will they break new highs, move to the downside, chop around, or the opposite of whatever I say? Place your votes. I think I know what everyone's going to pick. Happy FOMC day, everybody.
Who made that?
I'm even going to put the opposite of what I say. I do want to know who did that. Sab, was that you? Trying to know which one of my friends is trolling me from behind the scenes. Friends.
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
If you short, we would agree with you. No one. You guys just want me to short, so I. Although buyers are doing absolutely nothing up here at these highs, outside of just losing steam. Like
this looks like everyone's losing steam.
Like when they do this at the highs towards the end of the day, this is where like someone steps in and just liquidates all of these late buyers here for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, it sucks that they just pinned us in this spot, honestly, in the market. It's like what are you going to do? Long up here? And also, what do you do? Short this insane? I mean, there's plenty of better trades that could be had in any other given day. It's hard to really want to do something like this. Unless you're a real man. Yeah, you would short it. Light the J and short the market, no biggie. Oh, that's some new alpha.
I can't believe they just have kept us in a 20-point range for the last 30 minutes, XY. Actually, in fact, almost for the last hour.
Yes,
Nick,
you
I am
long here
short,
on
so you
FOMC
buy?
day near highs. I'm in. Nick, I am short, so you buy, please.
Guys, it's not a fade. Nick